1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Как слышно? Прибавляется? Все, 1, 2, 3.
Уважаемые друзья, коллеги,
Dear friends and colleagues, good day.
у нас не заполнен круглый стол. Кто
Round
сидит
table
на
is
первый
not
ряд,
full yet,
пожалуйста,
so everybody
пересаживайтесь
who
в
is
наш
sitting
стол,
in the
чтобы нам
front
быть ближе
rows, please
к
sit at
вам,
the table for us to be
чтобы
closer to you.
не казалось на фотографиях, что мы тут вещаем сами для
For
себя.
the photos, actually, not to be empty, for people not to think that we were speaking to ourselves in the future.
Опыт.
That's experience, ladies and gentlemen.
Коллеги, спасибо огромное.
Dear colleagues, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure for me that we have almost a full hall, so it is early, so we will have plenary session at 12, but we are opening our session, which is going to be very interesting, financial instruments and private investments in the territorial economy. So currently, we have the second year of the national project, and the theme of financial of the regional economy, as I see it, is very important. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Alexei Poroshin. I'm the member of General Council of All Russia Public Organization Business Russia. I am also a representative of Board of Directors of the Center of Economic Growth. In 2013, I've been participating in the creation of agency of financial companies, and I have been working in the development of the economical system of Russia and in launch of different financial instruments. And I'm currently a member of experts teams on perfecting the institutes of development, Mindar Vostok, Central Russia, and I know perfectly well all the problems and opportunities for financing both in the territories and both the small and average business. Today we have very interesting speakers here, and I really hope that their speeches are going to be very useful for you. In the evening, we are going to be talking about opportunities of Bashkortostan in the field of investment growth as the mirror of the whole Russia. And we believe that as we will have a new initiative team of Mr. Khabirov, the new head of the Republic, it's going to be very fruitful for all of us. But that's going to be later. So what I will start with, currently we see some controversial facts which are really moving in different directions. And first of all, we see that on the bank accounts of physical entities, we have 9 billion rubles, 5 billion rubles. So there are people who are silent in the pension funds. So there are 4 billion rubles of the companies, and these money are not working. So and the banks are working together. So and we have financial projects, and we also see almost negative rates on dollars and euros. So central bank is showing that it is not too effective to invest into dollars and euro, and all of the money have to go into the markets, into the exchange markets and the investment markets. We can see that so development markets are developing as well. So in the end of the second quarter, about 5 billion have been invested. Only in the second quarter it's been 3 billion. So Interfax shows that more than 650 companies in Russia are corresponding to the level of the exchange market, and our company is supporting to create benefits to develop this segment. And also the central bank is very active at restricting so-called non-profile investors. So these are the money of the population, so it is 80% of the players of the market. So they are being restricted in their investments down to 50,000 rubles per year. It's a good signal from the central bank about the money. So protecting the investors from the losses and protecting them their rights, protecting non-profile investors. This is going to lead us to the loan market. So another factor, so we have measures of support from Ministry of Economic Development, so Ministry of Industry on development of small and medium-sized business. So and I'm also traveling across Russia, and all the regions are competing in their measures of support. So the benefits and loans and credits. So I don't know such measures of support in any country of the world. So 480 billion rubles are being sent to the supports of these kinds, and we also see the losses on the data that is being done by the chambers. That's about 6 billion rubles is for the planned investments. So these are the data from the calculation. Auditing chamber has given us this data, so the increase. So and we have a question. So I would like to ask one of the deputies of the State Duma, how do you see the whole situation, and what do you think about the audit chamber, that our program is not being followed and it doesn't correspond to the initiatives of the central bank? Thank you. Well, I personally really believe that the implementation of the national project is being hindered a bit, and currently, so the execution of this project. So, for example, yesterday we have the strategic session with MSP company, and implementation, as they see it, is 11% per the national project, and it's out of billion of supposed credits resources with benefits, so it's about 100 billion, so out of 3 trillion. So that is really low. So what's the problem? We have been discussing this with our colleagues in April, when the Prime Minister has been reporting in Duma on this matter, and I asked him, so we have these perfect measures of support, so what are they? Are they the social dotation to the business in crisis? So it's very hard, let's support everybody, let's give money to everybody. Or is it the investment from the government? If it is investment, then we will have to have other parameters. What are we going to win? What is government gaining out of it? What are we gaining out of it? Because we have one hand which is giving the money to the business, and another hand which is actually tightening all the mechanisms on the monitoring of business, on the control of the business, and so on. So, and the answer from the Prime Minister was, yes, we would like to have them as investments, but if it is investment, let's discuss how they should become investments, and what is the main break in this process. So because something which is holding us down, so it's these are the instruments themselves. So the banks are restricting us from developing because they are not interested in giving credits for the business which do not have capital. That's the first thing. Secondly, many companies, small and average, already have credits, so how are they going to get credit if they already have them? So, and I had this initiative about 4 months ago, and the Ministry of Economy and Development has supported me that we need to refinance those who have gotten credits already. If they have, for example, 15–20% per year, so let's refinance them. on a beneficial rate. So, and I think that this decision has been made, and today this national project is going to be launched. That's the first holding mechanism. The second one, these are the enterprises themselves who are saying, why would we have beneficial support, financial support, if the amount of the product is not being sold? Yes, we will have it increased, but where we are going to sell it? So everything which is non-financial and financial as well has to be supported by the market. So let's speak about increasing the market's ability for buying. So let's take a look at agriculture. So as soon as we had the counter sanctions, so a replacement of the imported goods, we had growth, and we have seen the demand for measures of support. So other sectors have to be like that as well. So we need to answer the question: what sectors demand the support of the ministry, and what markets have to be created? Or should we answer to the president's requirement to support everything? Should we make barber shops and so on? So I think that these are the main problems which the national project is facing. So these are the banks which are holding us down, so they are gaining benefits on their rates. So it's going to be 3%, and it's going to be raised up to 3.5%. And that is rather high rate. So they are giving the small companies 8.5%, and then 3.5% is given by the central bank. So it's good money. That's the first holding mechanism. And the second one is the markets, sales markets. Thank you for your answer. And I will support you on the program 1764. So we have been discussing it for a year. That last year we had 81 billion rubles, which is and many companies couldn't get the credits at 6.6 credits, and then they had to do it on the 13% rate. And right now they have to take a look at the program of refinancing the companies for a lower rate. I would like to give floor to Roman Markov, who is the head of the financial accessibility of the service of the rights of the consumers. And we have just the same question to him. We have factors which are really controversial, which I have mentioned at the beginning. So what do you think? What does the Bank of Russia think about it? And what mechanisms are going to be created by the Bank of Russia to increase the financial instruments and, first of all, to increase the investment rates of the private persons and the economy of the regions? Thank you.
So, colleagues, good morning. I also have the presentation. Please install it. First of all, I would like to say that starting from the businessmen in our forum, first of all, the financing status of NSP. As the Alexei said previously, quite in details, we have the special stream on investment of the subjects of Russia. And of course, the Bank of Russia, in the taking into account the active participation of other companies, they also propose to use another instrument. It's not quite a new one, but it's a new model of usage of it. It's the financing with the help of obligations. Right from the beginning, we understand that this instrument could be quite difficult in usage and also not quite modern for us. We should reach the adequate status in the standards of increasing the instruments in the bank system, and also we should make level. And also, we have already made this proposal, and now it is realized. The second thing is that entering the fund market will take quite a big amount of time and also resources. So the second task was to simplify this procedure and also to make this process easier and cheaper. That's why we decided with colleagues to subsidize the expenses on it. Talking about the bonds, the main difference from the credit is that you have no first payment for it, and also the amount of creditors is quite different, not only one. Now you see that the companies which enter the stock market, they have their own vision on the market, and also they try to influence on it. They try to enter the stock market. It's a kind of the first step they have. And also it will lead to the investment and bringing of the money into the capital. As the result of the realization of the project right now, it was 70% of the market, 2% for the subsidizing, entering the market, and also our colleagues supported us from the corporations. They give us the guarantees on all the obligations we have, and also the bank could be working as an investor. Nowadays we have our special segment on the Moscow stock market, and they have all the stimulus in order to work with such kind of obligations. This is the result of our work in this year. The government also provided us the support at the beginning of this year, and nowadays we see that there are 7.9 billion rubles paid for stock. And now we have the prospect that the amount would be quite higher, it would be increasing. Now we see that the instrument is working, is available for usage, and also we have the chance that it would be quite popular among people. And talking in a simple way about entering the stock market, first of all, you should want everyone, every enterprise should want to enter it. And the second thing is not all the companies could enter the stock market just because from any potential person who would like to enter it, they have their own criteria. First of all, it's a kind of hygienic one, no debts or small debts, and also the second is the number of financial stability. Just because if you would like to enter the stock market, it's of course a kind of the peak of the mountain in this case. And that's why here we would like to see financially stable companies. Now, of course, in order to get the patent before the start, you should make a claim for organization, and after that, they would we would receive bonds. And also, SP Bank could be a kind of crucial investor. As for criteria, they could be changed also, they're quite flexible. Of course, there is also a big opportunity for other companies in order to get the market. And the prospects in this sphere are quite high. What do we try to do right now? As the Bank of Russia, we try to develop a system of searching for such kind of companies. That's why we have regional events, and also we take part in such conferences. And at the same time, we also have the aid of our partners, the Ministry of Tourism sphere, and also the corporation MSP. We also inform MSP company about the investments right now. Not only we have the aid in working with, but also about the placement of it. We still have funds, and even if we have
эта система работала в более длинной
plan
перспективе.
system, but we would
И
like
отвечая
to
на
make
вопрос
it working
Алексея,
in
развитие
long-term
данных
conditions.
инструментов, оно связано
On
не
the
просто с развитием
development
данного
of
сегмента, но и в
such
принципе
instruments,
с экономикой нашей
we
страны.
could
То есть
mention the
это
fact that
вопрос и
it
длинных
is
денег,
also
это вопрос и
connected with
ликвидности
the
данных
economy
инструментов.
of our
И чем больше
country.
таких
That's
выпусков
the
будет
question of
появляться, тем,
liquidity of such
соответственно,
instruments. So
этот рынок будет более
as
интересен и
far as
инвесторам,
we
и
would
организаторам, и
have
инвесторам,
more
не только физлицам.
entries on
Все,
this
спасибо
market,
большое,
there would
Алексей.
be no profit in this
Спасибо, Роман
case.
Игоревич, за
Thank you a lot.
содержательный доклад. Да, очень интересно.
I would like to
Продолжая
thank you
тему
once again
относительно
for
некого
this
такого
kind of report.
банков, да, что
Talking
банки
about
отчасти
the
виноваты
following things,
в
some of the banks
в отсутствии
are
инициатив
guilty
и воли
for
в развитии МСП.
saying
Я
no
еще по роду общественной
activity in the
деятельности
sphere
являюсь
of development
комитетом
of
по МСБ
MSP.
Ассоциации банков России. И мы буквально 2 недели назад
At
проводили
least
большой
2
комитет в
weeks
Сочи
before, we had a
относительно
great
роли
committee in
банков.
Sochi
И вот банки показывали динамику
on the
статистики,
issue
что они как
of
все
bank
показатели нас проекта
activity.
выполнили с лихвой.
And as for the
Вот,
numbers,
и
the
как раз
numbers look
они
quite
говорили о том,
well.
что у них есть много
They
таких
also said that
противоречивых
they have a lot of quite
согласований и с корпорацией
controversial
МСП, и с
things
бизнесом,
about
и
the
что они
development
очень
of
сильно
corporation and
зарегулированы,
business,
поэтому это
and
палка
they
в двух концах.
are
Но
too
сегодня не
regulated.
об
That's
этом. У нас
why
банки еще выступать будут, мы им зададим
nowadays it's not
вопрос.
quite a problematic
Сейчас бы хотел
sphere.
передать
We
слово
also would like to ask
Геннадию
this
Рамировичу
question
Маргалиту,
to Gennady
исполнительному директору
Margalitov,
по рынку инноваций, инвестиций
the acting
Московской биржи.
director of
Да,
innovation on
на
Moscow
которой создан
stock
сектор
market,
роста. Можно?
on the growth
Да,
and
вопрос к вам.
their
Да, с учетом вот таких вот
prospections
противоречивых факторов,
in
удается
the
ли вам
sphere. Talking about that
достучаться до
controversial
МСП?
facts,
Все ли
could
компании
you
на
really
текущий
reach the agreement
момент
with
готовы
MSP right
к
now? All
такому
if
рывку, к выходу
all the
на
elements are
биржу?
ready for this jump, for
Добрый день,
this
дамы и
stream?
господа. Спасибо большое за возможность выступить.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the chance to speak here, and thank you for your
Так,
question.
да, все работает.
So everything is working, yes.
Ну,
And
смотрите, мы только в начале пути.
take a look,
Я сразу
we are in the
начал
beginning of the way,
отвечать.
and I would like to start answering right
Пока
away.
все
So
идет
everything
более-менее,
is
я бы сказал,
relatively
благополучно. Мы даже сами не
okay,
верили,
and
что вот такие маленькие
we didn't believe
компании,
it actually
субъекты
ourselves that
МСП, и
small
могут
businesses, the
выходить
subjects of
на
MSP, will be able
публичный
to
рынок.
be entering the public market. So far the stock market was not associated with small enterprises. However, we are doing our best to change this situation. And the sector of growth of our company is aiming at giving the chance for the small enterprises average, well, compared to the big ones, of course. So, for example, Gazprom, Lukoil, Sberbank, and so on. So to give those companies a chance to be financed as well. To be financed on the investments, to become public, and it's very important that it's not only a matter of money, it's a matter of development. The company which becomes public is receiving great leverage to develop further. And the stock market sees the best of the best. Of course, if we're talking about the mass entrance to the stock markets, no, we won't have something like this. But it's very important for the economy, because in the end, the economic growth is being built upon separate stories and separate companies. So there are several issues. Even if not everybody reaches these levels, but everybody is going to be preparing for that, it's good already. If they are going to become more public, if they will have a strategic investor on some good evaluations, it's going to be very good, because it means that the company is developing. And then those who are going to reach the stock markets are going to be the companies which are capable of doing a lot, including the development and, so to say, attraction of investments. As for some particular features, Roman made it easier for me, because he simply said everything which is most important. But and he was really good at it. And our sectoral growth has been launched about a year ago. It's been developing very rapidly, and we have some numbers here. So we have 24 bonds in the 13 subject of MSP, and all the other companies are a little bit bigger. And we also had 3 IPOs. These are the examples when companies had already their bonds. We have some statistics here. So this year has been a milestone year for us, and it hasn't been a torrent of the companies, and we have about 12. Let me count it. Yeah, it's gonna be 12. 12 companies, and 8 of them are already subjects of MSP. So, and this is very important for us. Currently, this stage is forming such cases, which could be exemplary for all the other companies. As for transferring for this mass servicing, so maybe it's going to be next year. And as Roman has mentioned, and I can already say the same, so everything is rather fine, so companies are applying, and for now it is bonds, but all those who are exiting this program, so they are looking at IPO and public capitalization, and they are ready to play these games. They are ready to bear this cross, so to say, if we're talking about audits, financial support, and analytics, because they see that in the future, maybe not closest future, they can see the public capitalization with all the supporting advantages which they are going to have in the field of development of the company. So you can see the companies of this year, so the amounts of their bonds. So you can see that just a couple of days we had another company which is called Cuisine. So they had about 25, so their amount is 25. I thought it was bigger, but okay. So it's the network of the coffee shops from Novosibirsk. This is one of the cases. There are bigger companies, of course, but if we're talking about those who are standing on the other side of Urals, so for example, Novosibirsk plants for cutting metal, so these are the production facilities. And it was important for us that not only very important and big companies can do that, but also the industrial companies can receive investments if they are if they have their bonds. So it is impossible to do it without the instruments of support, as Roman said, but we have to take a look at this whole system of the benefits. We believe that it's a very important tool, but only in the beginning of the development of markets. If it's going to be impossible for us to get rid of it in the future, then it makes no sense for us to take it out, because the market has to live on its own. But what's important about these instruments and tools? These are not. So, okay, I have a metaphor between the fishing pole and the fish. So we have a fish, we can give him a fish, he eats, but then he gets hungry and he buys another fish. But we are giving him the fishing pole. So the company is actually living for the stock market. They are selling their bonds to the private investors, and then it's the company which is going to be able to live without those benefits in the future. So this whole set of instruments is very important only in the beginning, when the rates and the tariffs are too high for different fields, and we want to change this situation. And it's partially psychological. Because entrepreneur who has to cups on the scales, and he's
вот этот
thinking, okay,
льготный,
am I
да,
taking
либо разместить
credits
облигации,
or
пройти
do
весь
I
этот
distribute my
крестный путь,
bonds? And
мы ему говорим, а вот
do I walk
есть там
this
какие-то
crusade, so
субсидии
to
от
say? And then we're
государства. О,
saying,
ну вот
well,
уже, значит,
government's
государство
going to give you some
поддерживает, это
benefits,
как-то
and
снизит
then
косты,
he's going to
это
say,
вроде как
okay, I'm
хорошо.
going to be supported by the
Вот. А
government,
дальше
so it's
он
going to be easier
уже
for me.
живет своей
And then he
жизнью,
lives
да, там
on
он
his
общается с
own,
рынком, он
he
попадает
is
на
working
радары
with the market,
аналитиков,
and he is already on the
инвестиционного
radars of the
сообщества, и дальше уже
analytics
спокойненько
and
готовит,
of the investment community, and
готовит
he is
IPO.
preparing his
Вот, собственно
IPO.
говоря, такая идеология.
So this is the ideology that we're
Основное
talking
я,
about.
наверное, сказал, готов
I think
на
that's
вопросы ответить.
all, and I
Коллеги,
can
давайте
answer
мы
your
обязательно
questions.
оставим время
Okay,
для
we will have
вопросов в
some time for
конце.
questions in the
Да,
end. Yes, indeed.
у нас, как вы уже видели,
You
идет
might have
очень
seen
достаточно
that we
четкая
have
связка Центральный банк,
connection between
Московская
the
биржа
central
и
bank
корпорация
and the
МСП,
Moscow stock markets and the
да,
MSP
который является
corporation.
неотъемлемым звеном развития
This
вообще
is one of the links in the
финансовой
development of
индустрии
the
малого и среднего
financial
бизнеса.
industry
Во-первых,
of
хочу
small and
выразить
average
огромную поддержку
business, and I would
корпорации
like
МСП,
to express my
которая делает
gratitude to
действительно
the
очень много
company.
важных и нужных дел.
They're doing
Но
lots
у
and it's
меня
very
возникает,
important.
опять же,
But I
некое
have another
противоречие с учетом того, что я сам
controversial matter
предприниматель,
here, because I'm
да,
an entrepreneur
являюсь
myself,
инвестируем в
I'm
различные
investing
бизнесы, и
in
производственные, и
various businesses,
сельскохозяйственные.
it's agriculture, it's
Когда
industry.
мы принимали активное
And
участие в
when we
создании
have
агентства
been
кредитных гарантий в 2013 году,
participating in creation of
было
guarantees in
некое
2013,
такое веление, что
we had
государство должно научиться
this idea
рисковать.
that the
И мы
government has to
закладывали в
take
наши
risks.
винтажи, в нашу инвестиционную
And
модель,
we had this in the investment model, so it's about 30% of risk that the agency has to
Неужели
take
настолько
this
сегодня
risk. But
закручены риски
really,
корпораций,
so
что у
is
нас
it
идет
so
невыполнение
hard right now, so that
программ,
people are
что
not
сегодня
fulfilling
в
these
России нет такого бизнеса,
parameters? So
который
Russia
способен
doesn't have a
получить
business which is
текущее
capable
финансирование.
of receiving
И
the
второй
current
вопрос, какие еще
financing. And the
инициативы вы
second
видите в росте
question,
МСП
what initiatives do you see in
для
the
того,
growth
чтобы
of
все-таки
MSP
нам
in
эти
order for
показатели
us
значительно улучшить? Я
to
передаю слово
increase these values?
Михаилу Юрьевичу Левину,
I'm giving
руководителю
floor
дирекции
to
управления
Mikhail
рисками
Levin.
корпорации
He is the
МСП.
head of the risk management of MSP Corporation.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good morning, dear colleagues.
Что касается рисков корпорации МСП,
Taking into consideration the risks of our corporation, of course, talking about the diversity of steps, the level of debts could also reach 20%, but mostly the average status is at least 12%. That's why the statistics of the Central Bank of Russia for the 1st July, we have the number of 12%, for the 1st of August, 12.3.
в своей презентации, можно клики?
Our presentations
В своей презентации я хотел бы рассказать о
So,
представлении корпорации.
in our presentation, we would like to show the corporations about the main aspects here. I would like to introduce my corporation, the LLC Corporation on Development of Small and Medium-Sized Business. Is one of the main institutions in the sphere of entrepreneurship of our country. They also work on the condition of the federal law about the stock corporations. Our main targets of the corporation are to supply the support for the subjects of MSP and also to broaden the resources and abilities. Now it has the level of AAA as the rating of Russia Federation. Such high rate could also give the opportunity for taking credits and also to form such kind of agreements and also work on the reserve of the stock. In order to support the projects of individual and personal entrepreneurship, they also would like to gain the support from the main instruments. It gives such kind of support as the supplementation of the instruments. They also would like to distribute the shares from the branch of the corporation.
They can act as market maker, and so they are increasing their participation up to 800 million of rubles. So, and
О преимуществах облигаций уже, в принципе, было сказано моими коллегами.
Speaking about the advantages of the bonds, and I would like to draw your attention to the opportunities for the subjects of small and average entrepreneurship as the absence of the set debts. So, and we have these guarantees of the beneficiaries, and nothing else is demanded.
Требования к эмитенту, которые предъявляет корпорация, они несложные. Но прежде всего,
The demands to emittents, so these are, so they have to be subjects of MSP. So average companies have to be included in the register of MSP. So the companies they shouldn't have debts, and so they have to have bonds, and they have to be tax residents of Russian Federation. So the corporation is the instrument of development. So we are financing the subject of MSPs and who are working in the priority fields of economy. So the list is rather big. You can find it on the website of the corporation. So, and I would like to say whom we are not financing. So we are not financing the casinos or companies like this. So we are not financing the resources market, so, and goods which are the alcohol and so on. So non-governmental pension funds and professional members of the papers markets. So main differences between the guarantees which are given to the corporates. So the guarantee is up to 50 million rubles, and everything is depending on the amount of bonds. So, and the independent guarantee is from 50 to 500 millions of rubles, and it's going to be supported on the nominal rate. Right now we are preparing the changes in accordance to which the voucher is going to be giving from 50 to 500 million rubles, and with guarantee up to 100 million rubles. So, and the obligations are going to be the same, similar. So it's going to be much more useful for us. So, and we have differences in the benefits. For example, currently, if we're talking about warranty, so, and its pledging is going to be a little bit smaller, and on the guarantee is going to be 2.25, and everything is depending on the volume of the debt and the credit. So, and limit is going to be on the level of 2% from the sum, and 1.7 for loans from 100 to 200 million rubles, and 1.25 for loans more than 200 million rubles. The main demands to the instruments and to those people who are going to be participating in it. So they are standards, and they are stipulated by the legislation. Cooperation between emittents and the corporation is being done through the organizer, and the organizer has some demands, and he has to fulfill them. And they are not so difficult, so the corporation has to authorize the organizers, and the list is on the website of the corporation. So it's going to be about 10 companies, so these are 2 banks, and then 10 companies. The organizer has to have license of the professional participants, the broker license. He has to be working about 3 years, at least 3 years on the market. He has to fulfill the license demands, and he has to have employees with a background of evaluating the credit risks, because it is the filter, so to say, and he has to just cut away the companies which do not have the good financial situation to avoid risks. Demands for the representative. So he has to have a license of professional participant, and the amount of issues is going to be at 10, and he has to work for 2 years on the market. Also, the company has to be in the rating of C-bonds, and there are demands for professional lawyers, because the company is going to be working with corporation and emittents. Description of the procedure of giving the voucher guarantee for the corporation. So you can think that the road is very long, so you can see 2 slides, there are 14 points, but that's not so bad. The main cooperation is through the organizer. We are accrediting and authorizing them. We have the agreements with them. Then the organizer gives the corporation the documents from the issuer, and these are the legal documents, financial documents after the analysis which is being done by the corporation and organizer. I'm sorry, corporation. So then it's going to be the analysis of the business of the issuer, and it's going to be the evaluation of the financial condition, and we have the conclusion, and the internal procedure takes 10 days. It's rather strict, and that's the standard for us. If the decision on issuing the guarantee is favorable, then the corporation has the agreement with the issuer, and then we have particular actions to work with the stock markets, with NRD, so to pay all the necessary payments and fees. Then we're talking about the withdrawal of the money from their account, because we have to have this ability. And I would like to clear this situation, what we think about the default term. And so default is when the issuer is not capable of pay for the minimal price of the bond within a certain period of time. Then the issuer is concluding the agreement with NRD, so, and the corporation has the issuing documents which are being signed, and then we have the guarantee. The stock market is registering issue and allows the money for the market. During the whole process of the bonds, so we have the monitoring and financial analysis of the issuer. In compliance with the priorities of the national projects of Russian Federation, we have benefits to the issuers to compensate for the expenses of the issuer. So this provision of benefits is being regulated by 532 regulation of the government, and is going to allow them to go to the stock market. The expenses of the issuer are depending on the amount, volume of the issue, and there are 3 sectors. So it's Moscow stock markets, NRD, organizers, and the representatives of the bonds owners. So the overall expenses volume depends on the issue itself, so it's about 6% on the bond loans and about 2%, 2.5% for loans more than 200 million. So from the federal budgets of the MSP is giving the benefits in the amount of 2% from the loan, and but not more than 100 or 1.5 million. So, and everything depends on the rates of the central bank. The issuer can go to the Ministry of Economical Development, and he can do until twice a year, before the 1st of July and 1st of October. And he has to conclude a contract on giving him benefits. The government has stipulated the amount set of documents which is needed, and he has to fill in the application form, and of course the banking details, some informational papers from the stock market and so on. So he needs to receive the benefits, he needs to apply, and he has to have the copy of the conclusion. And within 50 days, the committee which is created by the Ministry of Economic Development is going to review the documents, and they're going to create a recommendation for working with issuer. Demands stipulates the demands of the 532 decision of the government of Russian Federation are corresponding to the demands of the corporation. And I would like to say that the issuer shouldn't get the same amount of money from the budget. for the same reasons. But in all the other points, they are just like that. So, and he has to fulfill several requirements. For the compensation benefits, the issue has to be done, and the agreement with the organizer has has to have a clause that they're going to disclose some information to the third parties. And also the issuance of the bonds is going to be finished, which is going to be proven by the papers from the stock markets and NRD. To conclude, I would like to have a small description of the procedure of the cooperation of key participants in the field of payment of benefits. As I said, issuer is addressing the Ministry of Economic Development. He gives the documents, then the application is being registered, and the documents are being given to the corporation. Corporation is creating conclusion and decides if it is possible to make the contract, and if it is viable to pay the benefits. Then it's sent to Ministry of Economic Development. They are going to take a look at this application, and they will have their own recommendation. And the Ministry of Economic Development is going to take the decision whether it is possible to conclude the agreement with the issuer. Then they're going to pay the benefit. The information which is needed is on the website of the corporation. If you need some consultancies and you have questions, please come to me with those questions. Thank you very much. I have a question. How many companies have received these benefits currently by the end of September?
Three companies
have already applied for the subsidies, and the subsidies are also confirmed by the economic service. They would also get the funds. In the recent times, they have some difficulties in the application and reaching the electronic way of getting the money. I also would like to add that Alexander Berman announced that right now the corporation MSP would actively support the intellectual privacy. First of all, IT companies, and even this year, the corporation MSP would like to send the investments into the support of the business on intellectual privacy. We also hope that this instrument would work, as it's quite crucial right now. Now we have just a big fall in this sphere, just because our banks choose the business on the active money they have, and they would like to fund money only if they will receive money. So thanks for all the reporters today. I also hope that not more than 5 Bashkir companies would enter this market. We would like to reach this without this roundtable. Also would like to change a bit into another language. Daniel Root would take the floor. He is the main editor of Prague mass media. He came here from Johannesburg, from quite far place, the South African Republic. I also would like to ask Daniel if he could show and express the information about the experience of their country in working in this system, and how their country support the system of MSP, and what are the results.
Sorry, my mic was not switched on. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the Russian Federation and especially the Republic of Bashkortostan for having invited us and, being so hospitable in receiving us. And it's certainly been, up to now, a very interesting and enriching experience for me to visit your beautiful country. And I know this conference also takes place within the ambit of the BRICS grouping of countries. So perhaps I could just, before entering into the main subject of the availability of financial instruments for small and medium-sized businesses, I would just briefly remark on how I see BRICS at present. It seems to me it's a very good idea, BRICS, and it's a very interesting grouping of countries, and my country then being the smallest one by far in terms of both population and the size of our economy. Although we used to be the biggest economy in Africa, you know, in the broader context, especially in relation to China and Russia and Brazil and India, of course, our economy is a lot smaller. But as I'll mention to you quite soon, of interest to the subject is that we have a very large investment community there, and also a very large pension fund industry. In fact, not so long ago, there was a league table of pension funds worldwide, ranked, where countries were ranked. And we, not only were we in the top 10 countries in the world, but our pension fund industry and our invested funds were bigger than those in Germany or in France. So some of the you know, G7 countries, and I think bigger than probably Russia as well. So I want to touch on that subject a little bit later on as well. But so I think there are certain language barriers, of course. Here I am being interpreted to you, and I had to listen to the English version here because, you know, I understand almost not a single word of Russian, although I'm conversant in a few other languages. So I think we have to overcome, and of course geographically, the BRICS countries, there's one in South America, there are two, there's one in Europe and two in Asia, and us there in Africa. So it's a very disparate geographic collection of countries. So I think we have to overcome those barriers in order to be able to cooperate more meaningfully. Now, when it comes to the availability of financial instruments in South Africa, in fact, there are also quite a lot of avenues open to entrepreneurs, and especially to the smaller entrepreneurs. We're not talking about the massive corporate behemoths that you know that are actually global players and that are listing you know, on a new stock exchange or in London or in Europe. I mean, we have one company extremely large. Well, it used to be a very small media company in South Africa, founded 100 years ago by people writing, you know, setting up a newspaper in my language, which is my native language, which is Afrikaans. That was in 1915, and they founded one newspaper. But that same company has just recently listed in Amsterdam from Johannesburg, and because it was getting too big for South Africa, it constituted, the company's name is Naspers, and it constituted 20% of the total market capitalization of South Africa, and it must be in the top 10 media companies worldwide now. It's got millions of subscribers for paid television and so on all over the world. So it's just one example of such a massive corporate entity, but here we're talking more about your smaller and medium-sized company. Now, in Johannesburg, there are two, there's a so-called main board on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, where you've now got your Naspers of the world and your huge tobacco companies and mining companies and banks, of course, and telecommunications. They're all on that main board. But there's a smaller one called the Alt-X board. And there the requirements are lesser for a listing. You only need to be in business for 2 years, and you may not even have had to turn a profit in those 2 years, but there are certain other requirements, due diligence requirements that you have to go through. And then you can list on the so-called Alt-X board in Johannesburg. And up to now, 80 companies have listed on that board, and they have a combined market capitalization of 30 billion rand, which, if I quickly had to translate that into rubles, it would be about 120 billion rubles, across those 80 companies, which is not insubstantial. In fact, I have a good friend who also wanted to come to this conference, but unfortunately he was prevented, and he has listed a company with success on the Alt-X board. Other advantages I see to the BRICS countries, another advantage I see is that we mostly, compared to, say, Western Europe and the United States, Japan, we're in high interest rate environments. In a country like Sweden or Switzerland, they've got negative interest rates. In Germany, the same thing. The last time I looked, the German Bund was at 0.6% over 10 years, paying 0.6% of interest. And whereas being in a high interest rate environment like we are, in South Africa, they say the 10-year interest rate would be about 8%, just over 8%. You can do a lot in terms of structuring deals around interest-bearing instruments, paying 8%. You can even provide capital guarantees to people by the use of zero-coupon bonds, where, say, there's an investor who is taking a risk on a company. Part of the risk could be mitigated by means of government bonds providing a capital guarantee to say that at least after 5 years or 10 years, he will get his capital back. Even if the company has failed, he would still get, without interest, his capital back. And when I was, at one point, a swaps trader in Johannesburg, for a while I used to specialize in creating those sorts of capital guarantees for insurance companies who would then on-sell to their private and retail clients, investment instruments that would give them an exposure to an index, but with a capital guarantee. And it's a fairly simple procedure to do off a basket of government bonds. I was very interested to hear about all the instruments in Russia in that domain, also the fact that you are providing government guarantees for some of these bonds. That's a very interesting idea, and it's fantastic that you should have something like that in place. I was also thinking of along the lines of mezzanine finance that is possible to do, where you have a combination of, say, debt and equity, or where some of the debt could be converted into equity at a certain point in financing some of these companies. And, looking at BRICS, I think it's normal for investors to do what I would call jurisdiction arbitrage. An investor and even a company would look at jurisdictions where it wants to do business based on the conditions in that jurisdiction and the regulations and whether it's safe or not, or whether it's flexible enough for him to do business there. And therefore, I would appeal to you and to all of us that we should actually exchange information about the availability of aid and support for small and medium-sized companies across the BRICS countries. And in South Africa, there's also a lot of government support for even startup companies. There's a government agency that was started quite a long time ago under our old government. It's called, then it had a bilingual name, but now the English name is more predominant. It's called the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation. And as long as you have got a viable business plan in South Africa, they will lend you money or they will invest in your business as an equity investor and help you along to start your business and run it. And also, if you're an existing business owner and you need a new factory or something like that, as long as there's some form of job creation involved, they will help you to finance it, and they will provide the finance. And they've got, I'm not sure of the figures, but they have a huge amount of capital available because of the because of the fact that it has existed for at least 40 or 50 years. They took equity positions in some of our major industrial companies formed in the past, for example, like such as Sasol, the oil from coal plant in South Africa that provides about, in some areas, at least 40% of our petrol, and that's now an extremely valuable company that has also gone overseas. It has also invested abroad, and it's now almost a global multinational company, and they still hold a significant amount of shares in that company that's now worth a huge amount of money, and they can use some of that capital now to support these small businesses. So there's a lot of money available there for small business. And then I was referring previously to our pension funds and in general our investment industry. We've got a lot of insurance companies as well that have been in existence for a long time, and they've got a huge amount of assets. And our pension funds are worth about the equivalent of our GDP, which is about, depending on how you measure it and in what currency, it's about $300 billion. So that's also the size of the pension fund industry. If you had to translate that into rubles, it would be 13 trillion rubles, the $300 billion.
Dear Mr. Root, excuse me, Russia is a very hospitable.
I'm sorry,
country,
Mr. Root,
but
we have
here to regulations, okay?
Okay.
3 minutes, okay?
Okay, so
Thank
3
you.
minutes more.
Thank
Okay,
you.
fine. So I think, and there's a great need currently from these pension funds
Да,
and
эти пенсионные фонды
retail investors generally to diversify their portfolios internationally. And I'm sure once the right information is put out there, a lot of them would be interested in investing in Russia and in the other BRICS countries too. So I also think, apart from the Alt-X board on the JSE, one could also form public companies in certain jurisdictions where it's not very expensive and where there are safe clearing mechanisms. For example, there's one of the newly independent countries in Eastern Europe where they've got a very cheap and efficient settling system affiliated to Euroclear, and it's where you can, at minimal cost, form a public company which is not listed on the stock exchange, but where investors could already invest and buy and sell either bonds or equity with a very safe and efficient clearing system, and a cheap one as well. And I think ultimately another thing I wanted to mention was that the internet has also created a lot of scope for small and medium-sized businesses. One can even use, if you go about it the right way and just look at the regulations and the legal implications, you could actually finance companies off the internet. They talk about crowdfunding. That's been done with a lot of success. If there are entrepreneurs with ideas that could be done, and one could also choose among the various BRICS countries the type of corporate entity that you would use that for. There's this sort of in South Africa, there's a very informal kind of a savings club for which there is also a law, and virtually anyone can pool capital by using this legislation for it. Well, that's about the sum total of what I could tell you now about South Africa. Thank you very much.
Мистер Дэниелс, спасибо вам огромное за ваш опыт, за ваши знания.
So, Mr. Daniels, we would like to thank you for your knowledge of the crowdfunding and also financial instruments. We could also prove that in Russia, yes, we also have quite a big amount of crowdfunding systems, and I also would like to exchange the points of view with our hall. Now I would like to give the floor to Samsonov Andrei. He is the director of the branch of Rossельхозbank. It is also a quite big institute of development. How do you, what is your attitude to the banks in the case of liquidity and the development of bond market? We understand that right now big companies of small and medium business would change the place, and also banks would lose them. Or you still have a lot of people who take money from your companies in other spheres. I would like to say, to apologize for the fact that I just placed you to the end, just because we still have minutes. Talking about the question presented, of course, the instruments we are ready to distribute. They, of course, are connected with the things which are provided by the companies, by the banks to other companies. And they also mostly take the basis on the small and medium-sized business. That's why now the development of both countries, the development of both companies would be quite interesting, and it would be profitable, a partnership not only for banks but also for firms. Taking into consideration the work on the Republic, of course, 2/3 of the agricultural sector of our country, of our republic, we try to support all the agricultural enterprises of our republic. They also show quite good results. For the last 9 months of this year, we could also see that the numbers are quite positive, and they're higher than the previous year. Especially, it is quite good for the investors, as they see that the companies get the aid and support, financial support from the Republic. In the main documentation considering the support on business in our country, the next year in our bank would be the year of active support of economical status of our clients. We also reach all the competencies we need from the position of the food sector, and of course also the amount of professional specialists we have in order to reach all the purposes we have, all the aims we have. The next year, we also wait to get quite a big amount of new operations. It's also the service on passports and so on. These measures are quite crucial for the companies who are new on this market and that one who would like to provide their activity with new instruments. As for the price, I would like to state the fact that there is also a big support of the organization, even from the abroad. The support of the clients is based on the center of competences, the ability to bring professionals to the work, and also to find the milestones for the consulting and preparation of documents, the support from the position of logistics of payment. The bank is an active participant of Russian Expo Center, which is dedicated to aid, to provide the aid to the companies which would like to start their activity. Of course, we also have a website with the main information and our hotline cell phone, which are provided to our clients. We also work with 14 currencies. The previous year, we started with working with tenge from Kazakhstan. It was quite an interesting target for us in this sphere, in accordance with the statistics which we have already get. Now we should pay our attention to the ability which we have right now. We would like to propose to work with the conversion operations and also to pay attention to the speed of organization of payments and other business bonuses for our clients. We also have the special platform for our clients as bad dealing. The service on currency control are also represented in our company. We could also take a separate actions, separate operation, or do the full full operations from the beginning till the end and close these questions. The benefits from our company are quite obvious, as we could transfer it to anyone, and you could see how the company is working right now. We are presented in 47 points around the Republic. We also have professionals who work there. They know, they have the competences how to communicate with people and how to develop your business. Of the external economical activity. Alex says, so do you have quite a big amount of clients who are having the partnership with the companies from scope BRICS, and what about the numbers which we have? The statistics is not quite right now, and we have low numbers, but we could say that now we have the start and the dynamics is quite high. Talking about the previous statistics, 11,000 of clients are now at the service, and the dynamics which we have right now, that abilities which we have, and also that feedback which we have from the year to year, we would have an opportunity to broaden our boundaries. I also have the question to Ilfat. Just a short question. Right now, the import.
Вы как-то видите, у вас есть статистика? Ну, по Башкирии, ну, по зерну там.
Да, на самом деле здесь статистика также подтверждает поговорку «нет худа без добра», то есть те сложности, ограничения,
talking about numbers which present the working with import producement, what do you have right now? So talking about our Republic right now, we have the organically solved the problem of it, and now the clients could see, the purchasers could see new products of Russian market,
Николаевич,
and
спасибо
that's the
огромное.
way how
Да,
we
Уфа,
promote
очень
everything.
гостеприимная
Thanks a lot.
республика, как
So
и
you can see
Россия,
that
гостеприимная
Ufa is
страна.
quite
Да, мы
hospitable
хотели бы
republic as
еще
the whole
дать
country. We
слово
also would like to give the
господину
floor to
Рашиду
Mr.
Харуну
Rashid Harun
Мохаммеду, который
Mohammed,
представляет посольство Бангладеша.
which represents
Он
the
попросил слова в начале нашей сессии.
embassy
Я
of
очень прошу только
Bangladesh. He
буквально
also would
максимально
like to take
коротко.
the
Нам
floor.
еще нужно сейчас
Just
пообщаться будет с
in
залом.
short,
Люди приехали
because
с
we
разных
need
регионов.
to speak with other
Здравствуйте.
too.
Среди участников стран, скорее всего, я
Good
один
day.
из молодых
Among the
участников.
participants of the
Поэтому
countries, I'm
могу
one of the
чем-то не
youngest
угодить
people,
вас,
I guess.
заранее
That is
прошу
why I
прощения.
might be not that experienced, so I'm sorry for
То, что у
that.
меня опыт есть, это
However,
мало,
I
но
have
реально.
the experience, and it's
Поэтому без
real.
представлений я
That is
хочу вам
why,
сказать,
without any further ado,
подряд 2
I would like
года
to say that during
Бангладеш
2
участвует в
years,
форуме ШОС
Bangladesh has
БРИКС.
been
И,
participating
честно
in
говоря,
SCO
я
and BRICS
отучился
forums. I
в
myself
Башкортостане,
have
люблю
been
этот город,
studying
и в моей
in Bashkortostan.
инициативе
I love this republic and this
здесь
city,
уже
and
появился представительство посольства Бангладеш.
we already have the
И хочу
representative
сказать,
office of
бизнес — это
Bangladesh
цифра.
here. So in
Мы
business
можем много
is
выступать,
a
много
number,
выступлений
first
слушать,
of all.
но
So
если
we
у нас
can
нету реальной
speak a lot,
статьи,
but
это
if we don't
просто,
have
как сказать,
real
разговор. Я вам скажу реальные
statistics,
цифры.
then it's going
В
to be
2018
simple
году
talk.
между
So
Бангладеш
in
и
2018,
Россией товарооборот
between
был
Bangladesh and
1
Russia,
миллиард
we
900
had $1
миллион. В
$900
этом году,
million
31 мая,
of
мы подписали
trade
договор между
activities.
Бангладеш
And
и
in May we have
Евразийский
signed
экономический.
an agreement between Bangladesh
И с радостью хочу сообщить,
and other contracts with our country
уже
and
превысили
Russia.
прошлогодний
And I
оборот.
would like
То
to
есть мы
say
этому
it
ожидаем
has
в 2 раза
already
больше оборот между
been
Россией и
more
Бангладеш.
than last
Конечно,
year.
Бангладеш
So
маленькая страна. не так
Bangladesh is not a big
серьезно
country,
людям это
really.
я бы не сказал, не обращает, но постепенно у нас все
So, but
развивается.
we are developing
А я
rather
специально сегодня
rapidly.
выбрал эту сессию, потому что у меня
I
есть свой
chose
личный
this
опыт.
session because I have my personal
И
experience.
у меня есть в Москве Bangladesh Chamber and Commerce, который
And
уже
I'm working in
находится
the
в
Bank of
Москве,
Commerce, which is in Moscow,
и в
and
других городах
I
тоже.
have partners who are working
По
there
просьбе их
and in
я
different cities as
сейчас
well.
выступаю,
And I
потому
am
что мне
speaking on
интересно
behalf
вот
of them
ваша
because I'm really
московская
interested
прошивка, московская
in the
биржа и
Moscow
некоторые банки.
stock market
Но мы все любим
platform.
хвастаться,
Really,
при этом
we
слушать
don't want to
хвастаться
brag,
тоже. Но я, как
but
и сказал,
we can do
могу
that as
ошибаться.
well.
Поэтому у меня сразу два критика.
But I have
Это
some
ради вас,
critics
не только
as
ради
well.
меня.
That's not only
Первая
for me.
критика
The
московской
first
биржи.
point
У
of
вас,
the
не знаю,
critique
сами это
of the
сделали или
Moscow
от кого-то
stock market.
копировали
So,
или
did you do
других
it
стран.
yourself, or maybe you copied from other
Клиринговая
countries?
система мне не нравится.
I don't
У
like
меня
your
вот в
system
данный
of
момент
learning.
в этом телефоне уже 3 счета, 9 миллионов рублей. Это не секрет, просто для примера
So,
говорю, потому что моего примера выступления
my example
поможет
is
молодых
that,
участников
is
ИП
going to
и
support
маленьких
young,
ООО, чем большой
companies
страна, не
and
знаю, что
entrepreneurs.
сказать дальше. Потому что я реалист.
So,
Я
because
реально участвую в вашем бирже, люблю
I
вашу
am
биржу.
participating in
Я
your
хочу
stock
привлекать
market, and I
тех,
would
кто
like to
миллионер моей
draw
страны,
those
чтобы
millionaires
дорогу
of my
открыли.
country
Но
for
вот что я скажу
work in
им,
your stock market.
моим
But what I'm going
бизнесменам,
to
а не
say
вам прямой,
to them,
я им скажу, осторожно,
be careful. That's what I'm going to say.
инвестировать в
Invest
московском бирже
carefully
через
into Moscow
частный
stock
банк или
market
частный
through
брокерский
a
компанию.
private broker
Первый,
company
у меня
or
личная
private bank.
претензия.
I have my
Не знаю,
personal
они обидятся или нет,
critique.
мне как-то все равно. Это мой шанс
Well,
помочь
really,
моему
I
бизнесменам,
want to
которые
help
находятся
my
в Москве,
businessmen
территории России. И чтобы
to work in Russia.
они, прежде чем БКС вложить, подумал,
So
у него лицензия
because they
правильная
have
ли. Я
to think
сомневаюсь
really
о
carefully
БКС банке.
before
Второй. У
working
нас в
with
прошлом году
BKS
была
Bank.
БКС. И это моя личная
биржа
претензия.
причем, я
Там.
извиняюсь?
Я
The
сам
second thing
использовал,
that
они
the
что-то
previous
говорили,
year
вот
we also work
почти
with
1,5 миллиона
BKS, and
потерял
it's my
сам.
personal experience, and I have seen that I have
И
lost
у меня
1.5
другой бизнесмен,
million.
Чемберон Коммерсант
I have
президент, у
also
него
the
был в
other
этом году
businessman.
суд против
He also
Промсвязьбанка.
had the
Но я удивлен
court
и в восторге
actions,
от
but I still wondering.
Хотя слышно, как
I
будто
am
этот
shocked
банк
and
связан
fascinated
с
with
сельхозом.
Russell
А вот
House Bank. We truly believe that this bank is mostly working with agriculture, but nowadays they are the representatives of one of the best banks and the state banks in Russia. And I also would like to recommend this bank. I do not know, but still I would like to search more information and also recommend your bank to my businessman. And I also would like to have the private talk with you aftermath. So in conclusion, as I know that I have no too much time, I also would like to add that for our businessmen, I would like to say that they should look onto the Moscow stock market, just because they have two different prices before and after clearings. And now you should observe your funds every day. You should not just neglect the fact that you could get lost in the prices which you have. And now I have the chance to represent it to the society. And also, I must add, finally, not long ago, I was also invited by the other bank. I would not say the name just because you should also understand that it is a kind of private information. They also had their own bonds, and they also had a small bank in Moscow. So, moreover, the company has the bonds, and also they have their own bank. I asked them why don't they get the money from their bank and they just work with central bank or with subsidiaries. He hadn't answered. The second thing I would like to say, he was also asked, okay, before making the investment and also buy your shares, the percentage was quite high, and I was quite shocked with the price. Even in Moscow stock market, we had no such high prices. But what are the guarantees for it? Whom should I address in order to get my money back? He didn't answer also. I also asked if central bank is also supporting them. For example, could I enter the central bank as I bought the shares on the stocks? Could I get my money or not? And that appeared that all this money should be. Okay. I would like just to finish. So if you give any of your bonds through some kind of market, we would be quite glad if you pay attention to whom you try to give them. Thank you for such kind of questions, which are quite controversial also. I could say that here we have a kind of misunderstanding, just the clearing system of Moscow. The participants of clearing are only big companies, only big banks. So here we should be engrossed into this problem and watch it in details in order to understand should you work with this system or not. Talking about the futures, I'm not involved in it, but I involved in it. I would like to receive this question to my colleagues and also find the details on this issue. Just because I truly believe that it is not the side of stock market. It's mostly about the participants or some current bank with which you work. So thank you a lot. Of course, we should observe the situation. As for us, it's quite a big deal in order to see the satisfaction from our clients and also other people. Of course, we still have risks. The smaller company is, the more risks you get. Being an investor, you should analyze this. The companies which enter the market, they also have several filters they should get through it. That's why the risks should be lower, just because we have the big group of experts and also the requirements
мы сейчас все больше
In
думаем о
addition to
системе
that, we also
рейтингования. Понятно, что
mostly
рейтинг стоит дорого,
targeted
и
to
у нас
the
рейтинговых агентств
making
до последнего времени
rates,
было всего
just
там
because
числом 2,
till
сейчас
this
уже
time the
4.
rates
Вот,
of
и
different
они
agencies
находятся
were
в
quite
конкурентных
slow,
отношениях. Я думаю,
quite low. The
что
numbers were 2 or 4.
это, наверное, правильный подход, когда
Talking about the strategic
даже небольшие компании
issue,
будут
it would be good
получать
just
рейтинги, тем
because even
самым
the smallest companies
инвестор
would have an
получит
opportunity to
такую
have their own
независимую
rate. That
оценку
would be kind of
рисков.
independent
Спасибо, Геннадий Жамилевич.
analysis
Да, я
of the
надеюсь, что
risks.
мы еще в кулуарах
Thanks,
сможем продолжить общение по
thank you,
текущим вопросам.
Gennady.
Мы
I
никуда не
also
уходим.
believe that
У меня
we
еще
would
такой
work with these
маленький вопрос. У
current
нас сессия
issues which we
называется
presented here.
«Частное инвестирование
We
в
also
территориальную
have the
экономику», но
private
сегодня можно определенно
investment
выделить
on
операционную
the
и инвестиционную
economy.
экономику.
Now we have the
Первая концентрируется на
operation
товарно-денежных отношениях, вторая на капиталах. Для России более
economy
характерна
and
операционная экономика. Да. Если говорить о частном бизнесе, то он активно взаимодействует с государством.
I would like
А
to
если
say
говорить
about
о
operational economy. So if
инвестиционной
we're talking
экономике
about the
России,
private
то частное
economy and
инвестирование
investment
совместно с государством
economy of
развито
Russia,
существенно меньше.
and the
Вопрос у меня
cooperation is
тоже к
significantly
одному из
lower.
участников
So
текущего круглого
I have a
стола,
question
Андрею
to the
Киселеву.
participants of
А в чем, на ваш взгляд,
our
ключевое
round table, Andrei
сопротивление и
Kиселев.
как
What do you
быть
think
дальше?
is the main resistance
Буквально
in this
одну
case, and what
минуту,
should we do
пожалуйста.
about it?
Да,
1 minute, please.
действительно,
Yes,
сегодня
indeed.
инвестиционная экономика,
Investment economy today
взаимодействие государства и частного
of
бизнеса менее
cooperating
развито.
between
И,
government and private businesses is not that developed. So, and we have heard about it today already, that the decisions of the president are talking about dozens of trillions of rubles, but we're talking about billions here, and it's too low right now. And if we're talking about the private business, then the private business is considering the safest investment programs, and government cannot allow it to themselves. And we have the reverse vector, so-called the reverse economy and investment. It's about 3 billion of rubles, so it's not unfinished construction, losses of the funds, infrastructure, and so on. So when the government doesn't have a right today not to invest into renewing the infrastructure, and it looks like today the governmental money are mostly governmental expenses, but they should be governmental investments. And right now we see the mixing of the private capital and the governmental capital. So economy has to become investment economy, and they should be working on the return of investments, of attraction of investments. If we're talking about the other instruments, so they are developed, but not enough. So it's trillion 200 to trillion 300 each year. If we're talking about other instruments, then I can say that you have been talking about the measures which are being done by the central bank on the deposits, on the concession deals, on the project of GCB, and on the income, which is about 10, 12, 15%, and the amount of protection and security of the capital. The projects are actually quite close to deposits. And moreover, I would like to add, just in short, that the same problem of low involvement of banks, because the banks are investing only a little bit more than 3 trillion rubles. If all the programs of financing would work, then the operational income would be about 21 trillion of rubles. And today in the evening, so you have one of the themes about how the investment economy is actually looking. You're going to be talking about this in detail. But if the banks would use the projects of the methodology of financing, then the investment would be bigger, about 19 trillion rubles today already, but it doesn't happen right now, and the reasons are because the Russian economy is actually ready to work with the government, but Russian business is not ready for so-called long money, and all the instruments have to be like this. They have to be smaller period support, and the current capital has to be turned into a long money. Thank you very much for your opinion. I have promised that you will have a word. Yes, we ran out of time, but so we had 10 minutes, so we're late 10 minutes. So before the plenary session, we have 30 minutes, and please, dear speakers, we have some questions. Murat Dudarev, member of Support of Russia on the investment company. We have been talking about bond loans, we have been talking about their financing and so on. Usually these companies have all the financial sustainability that is needed. They come accounts for bank crediting and the bonds loans. But how do we do and work with startups? And I'm not talking about the startups where the new entrepreneurs have some new business ideas, but the sustainable companies which are already opening new fields. For example, a construction company which is actually creating a plant on producing the construction materials. All the principles of startup are shown, so we have new legal entity here. And what do we do here? Can we get a new instrument of bond loans in this case? And are there other instruments for financing these kinds of fields? Who can answer? I will answer. Please come to the corporation. We have lots of startups which are being considered, about 47. 25 have been approved. No problem, really. So currently the plan for this year is 3,400 million rubles financing on startups, and this amount is going to be increased next year. Okay, I would like to add also that we have the program which is called Startup on MSP Corporations, but the demands and requirements are really strict. They have to be high-end, they have to be, should be able to be selling them, and nothing is so easy, really. Yes, indeed. Talking about startups, this is not exactly suited for stock market instruments, because in order to enter stock market, the company has to be sustainable in its income, and it should be understandable by the investor. It should exist for a couple of years at least. And as far as I know, there are other instruments, for example, project financing, venture funds, which are being used on the earlier stages. What is important is that the funds are ready to enter the companies if they know that they will have exits. This is the next stage. I think that we are supporting even the earlier, even the younger companies. Okay, I would like to say that, judging by the case, a construction company creating its own factory, so I don't see the problem of financing such a project. If we're talking about financing, considering the products of MSP, so it's the co-guarantee of 50% and maybe co-guarantee of the guarantee funds up to 25%. And the program 1764, we have a lot of cases here, and they are really successful. Thank you very much. Yes, we have faced such a program in different fields, and there is a matter which has to be discussed as well. So the exit is like this. You have to take consolidated budget of the whole group. For example, if they have assets in other fields, then it goes pretty good. So, for example, somebody opens a factory, they have leasing and loaning, and they are ready to start, but the support is not sufficient. Then we should take a look at the consolidation of the group, and it should be done from this point of view. Dear colleagues, we have several more questions, I guess. We are running low on time, so are there any more questions, please? Good day, my name is Vitaly Griakhov, and I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm aiming at going for export to other countries. I have several very interesting issues. Support from the government, for example. Is it being provided in the field of education? The most expenses are being done on the certification of the other countries, for example, if we're talking about the instrumentation. And it takes a lot of time. So it takes time and it takes a lot of money. Of course, the entrepreneurs consider time and money as a big burden. So are there any possible help and support from funds and from the government in this matter? And Mr. Daniel Root has been saying that banks in his country are partially, so to say, buying the organization, so they have the equity share in the organization. So, and I would like to ask, do we have some kind of a program like this in Russia? So maybe some banks are investing in different companies, but not through stock markets, not through credits or loans, but directly. Is there something like this? So, because there are such problems like payments from different countries through our banks are rather complicated, because the system is not good enough. For example, there are some sanctions towards some countries, and our banks are not working good enough with other countries. If we're talking about some other system than the SWIFT system. Okay, yeah, let's speak just in order. So, speaking about certification. Do we have anybody from certification? Okay, we're talking about finances here, not certification. Maybe we should speak with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So it's not the theme of our roundtable. I wanted to ask about finances. So are there any free finances in order to certify Russian products on the markets of other countries? This is very important, because we're talking about any products. Okay, yeah, we're talking about free finances, indeed. Yeah, I'm talking about the funds which could be provided by the government, some subsidies or benefits. So this is the theme of the Russian Export Center. We will have roundtables like this. So this is not the matter of this roundtable. And I would like to ask, so are you from Bashkortostan? Are you working with governmental committee on the entrepreneurship? Because this year they have funds on the support of exports. Yes, we're working with it, of course, but what the problem is that certification is not included in this. Oh, okay, we're talking about certification only. Okay, in this case, we need to understand the problem itself. So, if we have something to say about it, if not, then we should talk about it afterwards, because we're running low on time, and the plenary session is going to begin soon. Yes, we also had a question about participation of the bank as investor in the capital of a company. As far as I know, so it's not that distributed and developed here, because there are several coefficients and rates from the Bank of Russia, and participation in the equity shares is not that good for us, not that beneficial for us. We're talking about bigger funds in this case, and I think that the answer is, most likely the answer is no. But if we're talking about the bonds and the rating and so on, so it could be possible. So, yes, we're going to be working for 2 days here, and all the speakers are going to be working here as well. You can come up to us. As for me, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants of the round table, because we had a very interesting discussion, and we believe that these 29 trillions of rubles or 5 trillions of silent companies are going to be participating in the economy, and our territory and territorial Bashkortostan is going to be developing very rapidly. Thank you very much, and waiting for
Спасибо всем за сессию. Приглашаю всех в концертный зал, пленарное заседание. Там будет вестись прямая трансляция. Буквально есть 5-10 минут занять свои места, иначе закроются двери. Спасибо.
Коллеги, ну, мне кажется, будем начинать, да, наверное? Все остальные, кто будет подходить, они будут подсаживаться к нам, и все, каждый знает примерно по табличкам свое место расположения. Итак, день добрый всем. Меня зовут Равиль Ватолин, главный редактор телеканала РБК Уфа.
So, good afternoon to everybody. Today, we would have the media roundtable, investment attractiveness of the region in business media. A lot of people, businessmen who are present today, they would like to work also on these issues with the media agency and the editors of media. You could also see that organizers provide us the biggest area in order to have this roundtable. Everyone understands right now that we have the competitive situation on the projects of cultural, environmental, and also touristic spheres. As we have here in our region quite a good potential to get the investments, and also everyone should understand still that nowadays the Republic has not quite the usual status, not quite ready status. Right now we have no our brand, even if we have a big natural heritage. And also we could provide everyone with and develop the touristic sphere, touristic cluster. And now as the example, today as the example will be our Republic, and that's why we would like to show where the partnership entrepreneurs could also act with region media. I would like to give the floor to Murat Gaziyev. So please, we're waiting for your welcoming words. Dear colleagues, we're glad to see you here, present at our round table. Yes, we were paid quite a big attention, and also the biggest area, as it was mentioned before. We would like to say thank you to everyone for attending of our event, and we also hope that you'll get the information you really need. Talking about our theme today, our topic, it is something in between with business and also media. Here we got people from the administration, also our regional mass media and foreign mass media. Each of the participants play a big role in these actions. We have a lot of printed versions of media, also TV, informational portals, and so on. So I really believe that today's speech, today's dialogue which we would have would be quite profitable for everyone. We would also have an opportunity to discuss all the issues and any questions which we have nowadays in our region. There are a lot of quite profitable projects. It is quite a new step of the development. We have a lot of plans, and they also quite creative. And usually there would be quite a big amount of interesting and profitable information for the investors, and everyone who would take part in this process would see the right prospects for themselves and also some beneficial information. And I also would like to welcome you once again, and I wish everyone to have the productive dialogue today. We all remember from the year 2016, they appeared the index of informational attraction of mass media, and today we also have the representatives of the Cooperation on Development of the Republic of Bashkortostan, which reinstalled their work with investors, and now they are working with the business media right now. We have the press secretary today. We also would like to learn more about how you work with foreign media and also business media right now. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to welcome everyone. even the people from our republic and abroad. All the structures of the republic are now in the duty of finding the funds. I also would like to show you some statistics and also present the numbers, just because I would like to present our foreign guests also the variant of working together.
Традиции в него не включается Москва. И в тройке лидеров по итогам 2018 года это Новосибирская и Сахалинская области.
Nowadays in the Novosibirskaya and on the third place of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Of course, the rating system and high positions are mostly provided by the hard work. In the year 2014, we started from the 7th place, and we also increased our numbers in the year 2016. We also were right in the center on the 7th and 8th place. After the all events held in Ufa, and also we see it right here in the Congress Hall, now I understand what information, what the education should be in the mass media. And nowadays, one of the issues that we should discuss is the partnership among the foreign journalists, regional journalists, and other chairman of mass media. And we also would like to talk about the partnership on the all world folklore event, and quite a big amount of people, they take part in the events presented here in Ufa, for example, in tourist center. It's a kind of work, collective work on information and building the status of our republic. We also plan the Congress on bee breeding. It would be quite a big event, especially for our republic, just because we have our own brand. It is Bashkir honey. It's one of the variants of partnership. We also have quite a big amount of different events. For example, Bashkir Exhibition Company also held the oil and gas forum and other forums which could be held with the help of the people from other countries also. So the interest in mass media nowadays grows more and more. We also understand what without this partnership with foreigners, we also have no opportunity to get the right investment. Talking about the previous year, for example, foreign media also paid attention to the sun batteries in the Republic of Bashkortostan, and the high place were taken by the Salavat Yulayef Hockey Club, also Football Club Ufa, and the tour of the British marathon runner who have finished the marathon here in Ufa. And it was also reflected in the foreign media. Such events show us that if we have a lot of foreign participants in our events here, the foreign media also take part in showing, reflecting on the events which we have. But mostly we would like, first of all, to change the target from the negative aspects and negative news into the working on development of investments. Nowadays, on the territory of Bashkortostan, we have at least 5 territories which are working with, and also economical area where it would be beneficial customer service, and there would be quite a good opportunity for investors for working, and also for the chairman of the future business parks. And also we work with some representatives of trade economic areas, and our republic is still interested into building the new business areas, and also as for foreign investors, these events were working as a variant how to enter our trade market nowadays. From the position of Russia, we realized a big project, the biggest Russian copper mine. The cost is at least $500 million, and we also could provide this information to the foreign media. Apart from the general work on the projects to find the variance of increasing in the sphere would be also quite profitable. As we were preparing with our colleagues to this roundtable, we were thinking about the ways how to find this clear of communication, a way of communication, just because to involve foreign media, not from the position of the physical aspect, but mostly from the position of quite good provision of quite good data. It would be the serious issue. On the 1st of November, we restart the portal of Business Center. There you would find the information about our investment and business programs and the cases which are realized or realizes right now on the territory of Bashkortostan. And also you could find the way how to work with the investment platforms here. It would be easier, it would be more simple to communicate with the Republic of Bashkortostan with the usage of this portal, just because they could search for information about business and investments and about Bashkortostan right on that website. Of course, right now we are working on details of them. There would also be news, business news, and also about the investment policy, business policy in the regions, the ways of support of our business currently, and how people could get this aid, this support. In our republic, we also developed by the agency of our tourism, the brand of Bashkortostan. That's why I do believe that our representatives from the State Committee on Tourism to speak and also discuss on that issue, as it's a kind of general question right now. When we were preparing to the summit and BRICS, there were also the international forums with international participants. I prepared the information about Bishkek and Uzbekistan, and I also sent it to the editors of Вечерний Bishkek. They also made the publications which were not just the simple and ordinary information. They tried to find the details and prepared the information, the data presented in the edition in the journal from the position of country-targeted sphere. That's why the mass media of the countries, for example, we also have publications about our brand, about honey, for example, in Turkey's media. But we would like to do this work, to do these actions, a kind of more systematic, just because it should not be only once, and we are ready for discussion. We're waiting for your help, as we would like to do this.
Thank you very much, Елена, Press Secretary of Development of the Republic of Bashkortostan. I would like to go to media, mass media. So we have federal mass media here. We have Mr. Vyacheslav Zinkovich. We have asked him to analyze the statistics on the Republic of Bashkortostan in the field of mentioning of the region in the business media and the federal mass media. So could you please, Vyacheslav, tell us about the tendency, about how we are being mentioned? So is it something based on the events, or maybe it is based not only on the events and some general information as well? Good day, dear colleagues. Many of you know a game which is very popular among journalists. It's a scan. So it's a system of monitoring of publications in the mass media. So it is the Interfax development. And I would like to announce some digits which have been given to us by this program. First of all, starting from the beginning of this year, I decided to check only the business media. Speaking about the publications about Republic of Bashkortostan, Ведомости newspaper, 194 publications, RBK 2,411, Коммерсант 1,197, and another newspaper 800,397. I would like to say the following, starting from this to compare. So about Tatarstan, Ведомости 497, RBK 3,302, Коммерсант 11,915, and Interfax 13,253. And if we're talking about the Moscow region, Ведомости 913, RBK 5,509, Коммерсант 16,435, and Interfax 34,312 publications. In general, media is publicating 20,000 news articles about Bashkortostan. Top active sources with ГТРК, Комсомолка, Moskovsky Komsomol, newspapers, unfortunately they didn't get TASS and Interfax. Only 8% out of these publications are dedicated to investments. Speaking about the federal sources, usually it is Interfax, RBK, and TASS. Well, I'll clarify a little bit. Yeah, and add that this year we have seen a boom of publications in the federal mass media about Bashkortostan. We're not talking about economies and business only, but in general, political, public, social themes. But first of all, it is due to the change of the administration of the Republic. Well, what I think is that, so it's my personal idea, the new head is more open in the information plan, so in the field, compared to the previous head of the government. Well, that's my personal opinion. So, and all the information organizations and the informational bodies are working more intense, and there are more publications than there used to be. So the scale has grown, and publications started to appear more and more in the federal mass media. What is the difference? Why has it appeared? I've decided to do this cross-section on purpose. So please, I don't want you to have some critique about it. So I decided to make this cross-section, so Bashkortostan, Tatarstan, and the Moscow region. It's not because I wanted to compare something to show that you are like compared to them, Bashkortostan is lower or something, but they are simply neighboring regions. And so I've decided to compare them in Moscow region. So I am the director of special projects of Interfax in Moscow region. We're going to be 6 years soon. And I decided to do it to show you how efficient the position of the new government in distributing information. If there are no newsmakers, there won't be publications. During the last years, the journalism has changed. For example, a couple of dozen years ago, materials like research materials have been very popular. So you could see those giant materials in newspapers, a lot of analytics about articles and all of those opinions of journalists, but everything has changed now. Right now we're talking about informational journalism, so everything is short, all the articles are short. So I wouldn't even call them articles as they are, as we're used to them. So, and this is the main genre right now. So, if there are no newsmakers who are going to be announcing about the achievements in the economy, so and problems in the economy, maybe something went wrong or something like this. But there always has to be a newsmaker. So, as soon as a newsmaker in the apparatus of the head of the government is appearing, so we will have the comments and we will have what we call informational business field. You cannot do without. Talking about Moscow region, there is a special project. I have told you about the digits, so you can see that there are much more publications there because there are more projects, and we are working with lots of newspapers, with federal mass media, and that is why we have much more information in the Moscow region. I would like to outline that the tendency in Bashkortostan, the tendency of increasing the amount of information is really positive. In 1 year, the growth has doubled, so it's a great start. So keep at it. Yes, we'll do our best. Thank you very much, Mr. Zinkovich. I would like to ask a little question. So, Mr. Zarufandinov, director of BST. So, everybody knows that BST is building up relations with your foreign colleagues, with Chinese TV channels. What information is interesting to them? So, of course, we are providing them with our news. So, is it investment part of our life, or maybe, well, you know, something casual? Yeah, to follow up on Mr. Zinkovich, he has announced that 8% of traffic which is being scanned is about investment. And I really believe that it's true, because talking about the investments, so despite and besides the investments, we have lots of things going on in our lives. And I believe that 8% is really good. Speaking about the content that we are delivering to China, so it's quite similar to that. So we're working with several broadcast organizations in China, so we have contracts with Anhui company of Anhui province of China. We have the agreement with the Russian service of CGTN and several more consortiums which we are participating in. One of the few Russian broadcasters which is actually working with them. So we are exchanging content each week. We are sending them our materials and we are receiving their materials from them. And I would like to say that in this exchange, the information on economy and cooperation between regions and governments, including attraction of investments and implementation of projects, is actually more than 8%. So it's about 15 or maybe 20%. Both the sent and the received products. So you know that Chinese side is very significantly represented in the region and in Russia, and you know that they are very thorough about what they are investing in, both in terms of money and in terms of technologies. If we're talking about the projects on the territory of Russian Federation. But also we do have those projects, we're talking about them, we're talking about the executed projects, about the potential projects, and we also have the format of Volga-Yanzi cooperation format between the region, which was created by Mr. Putin and Xi Jinping. This is a format within which the Volga federal region is working in, and several provinces of Yanzi River, of the upper parts of the Yanzi River. We're working hard on cooperation there. And if we're talking about Yanzi, so there are lots of joint events, intergovernmental, interregional ones, including the investment projects, and they're being reflected in our manner of cooperation.
We also had a question that is quite worrying for all the mass media right now, how to create, how to develop such kind of partnership with other countries. Right now we have quite a big amount of other partnerships and the consortium of TVs from Southern, Eastern Asia, Europe, Middle Asia. Of course, it's quite difficult to create this kind of relations. For example, talking about China, it's a country with quite specific information policy of the state, and that's why they have some significant moments and boundaries from the position what would be interesting for them and which content could they provide to us. The second thing, talking about the Chinese aspect, is that we know Chinese language not so good as English. And nowadays we'll also give the floor to the people, to the presenter, the chairman, who also has the big experience working with China. And now we would like to learn more about the way how to promote our region from the position of media in another country. The year before, on the basis of the ZDM Russia, we have signed the agreement on the exchange on content, not only between Russian and Chinese companies, but there are also other countries which took part, for example, Turkmenistan, not Turkmenian, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and others. It's quite a wonderful case, just because while speaking there with our Russian colleagues, which presented our region, mass media, the interesting thing is that the chance to work on the territory of former Soviet Union is also quite complicated, and also nowadays to involve into this exchange not only Bashkortostan, and also to learn more about, for us it's easier to learn more about the countries which are our neighbors without the Chinese platform right now. On the way of success, on the partnership of BST company and also Chinese company, they also signed the agreement on the newspaper of Bashkortostan. For example, here we have the representative of them of both newspapers that they have. Talking about the so if we are talking about the IHO, for example, it is quite an up-to-date place also with good technologies, high-tech technologies, and they also have the interest on our region. When we firstly asked that question, we mostly thought from the position of what we could provide to this area and also how would we build up all of the relations which we have and also how could we develop it. So firstly, it was mostly connected with my time that I spent in China. For 2 years that I stayed there, mostly I heard about Bashkortostan from other people from Russia, but as for Chinese people, not quite a big amount of people knows about Bashkortostan. That's why when we just started our partnership with the companies working on the exchange of materials between two newspapers, we have found a thing that they have the 35,000 exemplars each time to make the platform where they could find the information on Bashkortostan. Just because the Chinese speaking people nowadays could learn about Bashkortostan just due to that publications, to that articles what we have. Nowadays we have only 5 articles. And of course we cannot even match China with us right now. And even when we try to find what they are searching for, which we could provide what they are searching for right now in the economical sphere, we could give them quite prospering tourism product and also provide them with that spheres of business which they could be interested in. We're not only thinking on the ways how to make the flow of tourists bigger, but also from the position of spreading the brand of our territory. Talking about the brand of tourism and also how the Bashkortostan is presented right now on the territory of Russia and abroad. Now we say that, for example, when we have the anniversary of formation of Bashkortostan, we also created some publication and even quite independent and editors worked with it. And now for us, it's necessary to represent it even to Chinese viewers, to Chinese readers. And of course, apart from economy and ecology, we of course should also pay attention to the proposals how to develop our partnership on the territories which we have, and I also hope that we would have an opportunity to prepare the material for their newspaper after that. And when we will finish our experiment, I do believe that we would have Russian-Chinese projects, especially maybe after this outbreak which we have here in Bashkortostan. We could also reach some investment profit. And of course, nowadays for us it's a big work concerning the press tours, just because we would like to attract the attention of journalists to that issues which should be reflected on. And of course, in this case, we should have our own strategy, to develop our own strategy in order to understand how should we show our republic who we are, not just small details and small steps talking about this or that events, but having their own targeted strategy or policy to express and also to receive the information about everything which is happening here. For example, here in Ufa amphitheater, we have the big event, of course, with just thousands of people, the heart of Eurasia. But the thing is that talking about the international media, you would not see any information about this event at all. Maybe it's also a mistake of our media. I also would like to ask a question for those who are here, who are present, who have visited Bashkortostan for the first time. What were your thoughts and views on our republic, taking in consideration the things which you have seen after coming here?
Good day. That's my first time in Ufa in the Republic of Bashkortostan, although our information agency has been the general information partner of SCO and BRICS forum, and this is a great honor and a pleasure. If we're talking about my ideas and what I think about the city, unfortunately I didn't see much yesterday because I came yesterday, but nowadays, being a director of a newspaper, I am working in such a position for quite a long, but unfortunately I haven't formed any opinion about Bashkortostan, and I would like to understand where the Republic is moving and what tasks they are putting ahead of them before their information policy, because my colleagues have counted the information reasons, but first of all I would like to talk about their quality and not their quantity. That is what they have to think about, and today when you have a new head of the government and he is very active in the media space, and we have been writing a lot, so we have lots of events. But does it meet the investment potential of a region is an open question, and we have to work all together in this field. That's how I see it. We have representatives of Iran and Turkey, so what do you think about Bashkortostan? Thank you very much for a chance to participate on such a wonderful event. I've been on the main SEO forum, and what I think about Ufa, so after being here for quite some time, I like it a lot. Yes, everything is very tasty and everything is so helpful and with such great medicinal properties. So I have been talking to people here, and everybody is so kind. Everybody is talking to us, and nobody is denying us any help. I've been traveling all around the world, and I can feel right away what can I expect about the region. For example, here I feel like I'm home, and everybody is very warm and kind, and it's very good, it's very interesting. So, okay, let's speak about business. If we're talking about the Turkish mass media, so how interesting is it to work with Russian region? As, well, for example, the agenda which is being worked on, so both in the Bashkortostan and Turkey. So, is it interesting for you?
Здравствуйте, добрый день.
Good day,
Уважаемые коллеги
dear colleagues
и гости.
and guests.
Я еще изучаю русский язык, я понимаю.
I am studying Russian. I understand everything, but sometimes I cannot speak Russian. That is why I would like to say in Turkish or in English. So what's better?
English.
English it is.
First of all, I would like to thank you having me here. So I'm living since several months in Russia. I am personally studied Russian and Eurasian Studies in Sweden at Uppsala Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies. So on paper, I can say I read a lot of pieces, a lot of history and politics about Russia, but of course, it's worth to see Russia from inside. So it's a big opportunity for me to be here, to be hosted here, and together with entrepreneurs, journalists, and some other intellectual people here, and also ordinary people from the street, Bashkir, Tatar, and Russian citizens here. So I can personally say, of course, media is one of the foremost and one of the strongest power in our world to shape all spheres, including economy and politics. So I can say the role of media or the power of media in shaping economic relations everywhere in the world, and particularly in Russia, is also very important, I can say. And now, by the time being, we have good relations with Russia, economic relations especially flourishing, and two presidents, they set $100 billion of foreign trade goals between Russia and Turkey. So hopefully we will success this goal. Also, we will use rubles and Turkish lira in exchange for foreign trade. So as I'm representing here to Turkish Radio and Television Corporation, TRT, so what I understand, I need to reflect a true Russia, a clear picture of Russia, because as I said before, I too much read, especially the Western point of view. In Sweden, they say that this is a country transition from the Soviet Union to the Russian Federation. There are some, of course, wrongdoings. There are some over business, or there are some problems of transition from common economy, namely socialism, to free market economy. So, but I believe there are a lot of potentials if we put aside these ideological or theoretical viewpoints. There are a lot of potentials, especially in Russia. Needed?
Прошу. Переводим? Нет, ушей нет. Что сейчас немножечко...
You can continue and then I will translate your speech.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as a representative here, Turkish television, I want to reflect through Russia, true picture of Russia in terms of economy, politics, and cultural spheres. Especially, we have a lot of connections with Russia in terms of cultural and historical spheres. So Bashkirdistan and Tataristan are two foremost regions of these connections, of these intersection points between Russia and Turkey. So in Turkey, most of people, they somehow heard about Bashkirdistan, but exactly they don't know what is it or where is it. Most of people, they cannot show the place of Bashkirdistan on the map of Russia. Russia, of course, as you know, it's not a country, it's a continent. So that's why it's important we are here to reflect all opportunities, all potentials of Bashkirdistan, Tataristan, all these regions, relatively backward of Moscow and St. Petersburg. So we don't just focus on Moscow or St. Petersburg. We also deal with all these, as you say, there is a Европейская Россия. Also, I want to understand this feudal Russia or backward Russia. So here, entrepreneurs can play a good, significant role, especially from our country. From my country, there are a lot of people, they are eager to invest here. So the media's role, I would say it's very important. So we want to express the needs and opportunities in Bashkirdistan. So we can use social media, we can use conventional media. Also, we can use all outlets of media. So TRT has a lot of channels. I can say 14 channels TRT have. Now, first and foremost, English channel TRT World, TRT Arabi, and other Turkish broadcasting languages we have. So I believe we can play a good and big significant role in terms of shaping business here through our broadcasting services. So we are launching an office in Moscow, and from now on we want to delve into the regions of Russia. Thank you very much.
So, colleagues, first of all,
Он сказал, что представляет турецкий телевизионный медиахолдинг, который называется ТРТ, в составе которого 14 телевизионных каналов, вещающих на всю планету на разных языках. Он, конечно же, знает много о России, изучал Россию, но до этого, до приезда сюда, он некоторое время назад только переехал в Россию работать. До некоторого времени слышал много о России, но совсем другое увидеть ее и почувствовать ее изнутри. И здесь он видит, конечно, большую разницу между тем, что доносится, что называется, по ту сторону наших границ до ушей и глаз жителей планеты, и то, что на самом деле происходит в нашей стране. Он также сказал, что Башкортостан и Татарстан для Турции являются одними из опорных регионов, с которыми можно сотрудничать с Россией, через которые можно сотрудничать с Россией. Это, видимо, связано с общими какими-то культурными, историческими, религиозными предпосылками, но при этом, в частности, о Башкортостане в Турции люди слышали, знают, что такое Башкортостан, но понятия не имеют, что это такое, кто-то путает это с отдельным государством, кто-то знает, что это часть России, но где это находится, не знают, да? Maybe sometimes people think in Turkey that Bashkortostan is something like a Bashkurdistan. Yeah.
Возможно, многие люди думают о Башкортостане с точки зрения Башкурдостан, наличие курдов на территории такой этнической группы, и зачастую
с курдами.
As for our country, many people, they really do the mistake in the case of our name from the position of Kurds, because we have this particle Kurd in the name of our republic. They also see quite a big amount of variance how to provide the partnership from the position of our republic and also their country in order to work with the information and also to show the viewers and also readers for the Turkish viewers and readers something about Bashkortostan, what it also could be interested and what it should be used for from the position of our republic. He also would like to add that nowadays at this target he is living for at least 21 a year in Bashkortostan, and also he was once visiting and having 3 events in Southern Ossetia, and also, for example, China, Japan, and also Russia were broadcasting from their country. As we knew that between Iran and South Ossetia, they have no economical partnership. After the broadcasting of this theme, in a month or so, the representatives of Southern Ossetia invited the representative of Iran in order to discuss the variants of partnership. Why I am talking about it? Of course, the Russian target, the Russian stream is also quite necessary from this position. And we should work not only with this region, but also with others, just because foreign mass media should see this region and also broadcast about this region. I have already worked at this sphere, and the biggest agencies, mass media, would be ready to come here in order to learn more about such region as Bashkortostan, also Ufa, and they would get information about it. They would not come to Turkey, they would come here to Bashkortostan. And it's also quite necessary and important. They're ready to, if you are ready to provide the press tour. Yes, it's the questions we should discuss and also work on. But our first time that we started has already appeared. Of course, our relations with other countries are supported here, and also even the ambassadors, they take part in it. Previously, before we'll come to another issue of discussion, I would like to work about the qualified speakers. Here we have the representative of economic development, Vyacheslav. So here in our region, we have quite a big document, which was signed by Radi Khabirov. It's a kind of September document, the strategy of development of Bashkortostan till the year 2024. Of course, we are ready right now, but there are quite a big amount of theses on development of our regions. And of course, we are ready to work as speakers in this case and also show this kind of media part of it.
Я бы даже назвала это не стратегией. Стратегия у нас так и так есть до 2030
I wouldn't call it a strategy. We have a strategy until 2030. This is a kind of a plan of speedy development, a plan which could help us to launch forward. And if we're talking about the investment part, which is very important for the Ministry of Investment Development, this is the 500 billion of investments every year. So this year, starting, it's about 105 billion this year. So we need to understand how we need to increase our speed to get to this point. This is very ambitious indeed.
Мероприятия, которые отражены в этом указе в части инвестиционной составляющей, это, наверное, больше способы ее достижения вот этого показателя. То есть это цель войти в пятерку регионов лидеров в национальном рейтинге состояния инвестиционного. Сегодняшний день мы занимаем 16 место. Это создание двух ОЭЗов. На сегодня работа только ведется по созданию первого ОЭЗа, АЛГА, так называемая заявка Министерства экономического развития, сформированная, находится сейчас на рассмотрении Министерства экономического развития Российской Федерации. Да, Елена вот уже упоминала, то есть на сегодня есть понимание о 7 якорных резидентов с объемом инвестиций более 23 миллиардов рублей и созданием порядка
than 3 billion rubles and about the creation of more than 1,200 workplaces. And our task to gain 17 residents of this kind with investments of about 27 billion rubles. Then we are talking about working with residents on the territories running forward with economic development. In 2019 we have reached the limit of 5 such examples, Belarusk, Lilogorezhsk, Neftekamsk, and in 2016 Republic of Bashkortostan has shown 2 territories of this territories of overrunning development. We are talking about 100 residents and an attraction of 100 residents into these 5 territories. We can say about the acting territories, so and creation of about 100 workplaces, additional workplaces. First of all, we are planning to increase the volume of these investments by the public support of the investors, the tax preferences, and of course the earth and territory provision. And we are talking about the income taxes, help with that. So we're talking about the property taxes and all the incentives which could be working with them. If we're talking about the territories of outstripping social and economic development, so we have additional benefits and incentives. So, and especially we're talking about insurance, medical insurance. I'm not going to be talking about the particular indexes and numbers, so it all depends on the terms of the projects. If we're talking about the territory of outstripping economic development, then here we have additional free customs zone terms, which are 49 years, if the resident is going there and he is using the benefits and incentives, and additional release from the transport tax. Yes, we have been talking about lots of measures of support, and you are developing and so on, so and economic territory and so on. But if we're talking about the reflection of all this in mass media, will it be possible to do it or not? Do we have the speakers who are ready to speak about it, for it to be interesting for everybody else? Yes, we're working very hard with mass media, and without any possible review upon all this whole situation and all the incentives and preferences which we are already having. So it's not going to be done without the mass media. We have to talk about it on the federal level, on the regional level, and of course on all the levels of mass media. Dear colleagues, we calling upon you, so we have to work together. Okay, Dmitry Kosmin, he is going to be talking about GR from the publishing house Komsomolskaya Pravda. He will talk about the bodies of the governmental power, so and they are creating different instruments to increase the attractiveness of regions, and how do we find this thread in order for us to cooperate together.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. As for the question, of course, it's quite interesting in this sphere, but we should firstly realize, should we only just create the spec projects or not? I would like to do it in short and also present a bit myself in order to show how Komsomolskaya Pravda works, because quite a big amount of people do believe that Komsomolskaya Pravda is just a newspaper and that's all, but they still have a website which has also the common point for everyone to enter it and also to reach the regional part of Komsomolskaya Pravda. For example, if you would like to learn more about your region, you could also reach Komsomolskaya Pravda on your region also. Of course, our instruments are quite broader nowadays. It's not only just printed versions, but all the sites, and also we work with radio stations. But we would like to get it into operation soon. And of course, we work with the authorities quite closer. For instance, mostly I operate in this sphere. For example, I also have a big amount of press releases from the federal ministries, and of course, all of them could not reach and also be printed or also be shown on the site. We try to pick up only the most interesting information. How could we work? First of all, we should understand that our reader, if it's, for example, talking about the newspaper, we have only one type of it. If we're talking about the website, it's quite enough, just because in this sphere, it's the amount of viewers here is much bigger. That's why even the, for example, leaders and also heads of other subjects, they also could see it. Talking about the fact that we have a big amount of viewers and readers, talking about the business people, there is a great amount and abundance of them right now. We have found that throughout our personal experience and how do we influence on the auditorium, on the viewers. We work with quite a big amount of regions. Some of the things we do for free, and sometimes we just negotiate to find out the right variant, the right conditions to work. I would like to show the scheme, how we work, and we also would like to work with Bashkortostan with the same scheme as in Moscow, for example. I truly understand that here we have the quite different variant of investments here, as Moscow has more potential right now, but still I believe that Bashkortostan is quite convenient also to have the same scheme. Nowadays we have a big amount of instruments. They could be a spec projects, and also in order to promote our tourism and ecology here, we also have projects. They could be not only be broadcasted by radio, but also you could see them in internet. These spec projects could also involve the whole Russia. I hope that the potential is quite high, and also talking about our emotions about it, our views on it. The notifications about Bashkortostan nowadays appear more and more often. Of course, it's mostly talking about the character of the main character of the place, the main character of the area. And nowadays you have the ETHAD, which really promotes all the spheres, especially economic spheres and also media spheres in your region. The thing is that, first of all, you should form the system, and in our country, all the people, all the population should also know the fact that they should once visit Bashkortostan, because you have a great amount of resorts, even the skiing resorts. As you have already said, that you have quite a big amount of press releases to your post. As it really said, and you also said that you define the most interesting. How should we be interesting? How could we become interesting? First of all, you should be targeted to your viewer. Because, for example, if you're writing to the people, you should also remember that in all the ministries they have professionals, and they have still KPI. They could just type everything that they are involved into. And of course, for viewers, for readers, it's not quite interesting. You should understand where would you send this or that article, and what's the main message of the article. If the message would be breathtaking and interesting, wonderful, that's why they in this case, this or that article would be placed somewhere. I also would like to give the floor to the General Director of the agency. How is it mostly built up?
Yes, we had many questions discussed here, which are actually existing here in our sphere and field, what is happening within the SCO and BRICS countries and Eurasian Union. And I would like to draw your attention to the concept of the project, which is has been discussed in some, well, in the background. So this is the creation of media funds of development. So we're calling it funds of development of media initiatives. So it's going to be developed within the SCO, BRICS, and Eurasian Union. So, and this is the parallel structure, just like BRICS and SCO. Currently, activities of Eurasian Union and SCO and BRICS has been reflected in media based on the situation. So, and so mostly we are hearing about it when there is some information reason, so which is not connected to the work of the SCO and BRICS. That is why the reflection of different aspects is very important for us right now. Lots of people actually do not know what SCO, BRICS, what is Eurasian Union, why they have been created, what is the real role which is being played by them. So, and yeah, we all know that. That is why we are suggesting to create such an organization, which actually could perform the function of reflecting what is happening in our countries. So this fund is going to be an alternative of a press service, and it's going to be a new kind of platform with wide potential and functionality within the system of projects of Big Eurasia from Lisbon to Far East, including the Silk Road. And so the purpose of the project is to increase the presence of SCO and BRICS countries by developing the media resources and widening the mass communication channels and evolution of media within the Eurasian space. So what direction could it be? So it could be a Eurasian fund. We think that it has to be differentiated into two blocks, so it is public, which is going to be open, which is going to be shown in the official documents, and closed segments, something which is not going to be disclosed to publicity. So public thing is creation of media resource of Eurasian level, using different channels of communication, internet, television projects, different platforms in social media, informing members of the country of the SCO and BRICS countries and Eurasian Union, and also the observers of these countries, and also public organizations. For example, Turkey is not a member of Eurasian Union, but they are entering the structure slowly, and currently they could be an observer of Eurasian unit. So in the end of October we will have an agreement on the free trade with Serbia, Singapore, Malaysia. So there are countries which are very interested in these structures. We're talking about the Eurasian Union and the SCO and BRICS. So this creation under SCO and BRICS Press Center, creation of such a fund of unification of the journalists of these countries could be done in a format of a club. Supports of the development of media project which could shed light on what is being done in SCO and BRICS, supports of the solution of different problems in the field of mass media, impartial review of the information, implementation of projects directing at development of different initiatives in the field of media in the countries or European Union, European Commonwealth. So, and it's going to be both analytic and informational in terms of functioning of this of our unions. Development in media sphere, a so-called PR service, promotion in mass media in Eurasian Union, in the BRICS and SCO countries and the ASEAN countries, which is a great territory or with a lot of countries which are really interested in these structures and unions. Geography includes all the countries of Eurasian Union. So it's the CIS countries also, which could be the potential members of this union. So these are the European Union countries, which also are covered by the same system of declaring, just like many other countries, if we're talking about the system of customs and the plans of Big Eurasia from Lisbon to Far East. And the effect that we are expecting is the creation of positive union in the view of people who are reading about it. So it's the support of social and economic development in the world, creation of loyal media resources, internet publishing houses, so maybe some platforms in the social media, and of course, as it has been discussed today, about Iran. So if we take all the participants and potential participants and their mass media, so it's going to be the general review: geography, history, culture, economy, politics, all of the and we're talking about all the countries which are included into these unions. So they can be the review materials in printed materials, so into internet materials, everything which shows to the public what separate countries of these unions can represent, or maybe regions of these unions. So and everything, it's going to get closer all the people who are actually living inside this union. And I would like to mention the last thing. So it's the second time when I'm in Bashkortostan. I was here on the first Sabantuy, the national celebration. So, and I have been in many countries and I have been in many regions of Russia. But honestly, the first impression of Bashkortostan is the hospitality and the culture. Everything is so rich and wonderful. And considering that Ufa is located right between Europe and Asia, so this is the node, so to say, the intersection point. It is ancient and it is modern. It is very comfortable and hospitable, a wonderful city. And it could be, this structure could be done here in this exact place. And you believe that this initiative... So I think that we should work through this idea. I would like to give floor to Deputy Director of Rumble Group. So they have lots of resources developing right now inside the group. So how are we going to build the relations with the regions and how to increase their investment attractiveness?
Good day. I would like to add some movements, as many other things were also present. First, we should remember that it's only the icing top right now, because for each region they should build their common strategy of development. It's a kind of brand of the region. We cannot truly say that nowadays in Russia there are a lot of such examples, and only after that we would understand and realize what should we say and what not, with which we would like to collaborate. Here in Bashkortostan we of course have some kind of droughts. Talking about other regions, they have not quite this amount of information, also not this situation. Talking about Rumble's media, it's not as famous as, for example, others. We have already worked for 15-16 years, and we could say that we have a big deficiency in the information, and we are ready for press releases, we're ready to read and also to observe. And I could also add that we decided to go further. And I also would like to make the presentation the outcome of one information. We would like to have a line of seminars and also to help to provide the aid for different firms in order to show how to create the brand of their region. We have quite a big amount of specialists who would work on it. We would have at least 6 or 7 seminars. For you, we will send an invitation and you should just pay your attention, also attend it. Of course, it's all about the commercial. And nowadays we work only for money, but still we should work on our focus on our future. Of course, it's a bit pathetic, but in this case, we also would like to make the presentation to explain everything for you. We have at least 30 websites. They're quite... they show the news resources, the women resources, and also kind of consulting systems, how to work with this or that theme, and how to prepare it for this or that kind of media. How could we pack this information for printed version or for website, for social media? We're open, we are ready for the dialogue, so you could write, call us. Thank you.
I would like to give floor to representative of Federal Press, Ekaterina Voronkova, who is representing the media censor, a very big one in Russia. So you have been working with regions and with government, so maybe you have some particular examples, but even if you don't, so we would like to hear you out. First of all, I would like to say that today's information field consists mostly of information reasons. So this is the impression journalism, so to say. And currently, when the new administration of the Republic has started working, all the cameras and all the interest is aimed at you right now. So you are growing potential from point of view of events and information. If we're talking about the investment attractive region, as I told you before, so we don't know where we're going together. So in this case, Federal Press, which is unifies regional, almost everything, regionally, almost all the country, we are ready to work with you. So, and what is journalism right now? So basically it's development of hashtags, so it's development of mass media and of if we're talking about the development of social media, so and we have lots of examples of such kind. There are projects and brands of territories which are developing rapidly, and I would like to point out the project which is called Dobrograd. It is located in Moscow region, but even in Nizhny Novgorod, in the Volga region, everybody knows about it. Why is it? Because the territory and the people who are promoting it are working very actively with the internet community, with the whole social media. That is why I see in my news line, so I'm blogging myself, I see events, I see pictures, I see everything, so tours, blog tours, press tours, which are being created in Dobrograd, and it feels like I'm living there myself. I'm not living in Ufa, and why is that? I think that within our information agency we could build the dialogue and the events which could help bloggers and the internet community and the government about the region, because we're doing our best to be the bridge between the regions and the federal government, for everybody to hear out everybody and for us to know what the tasks are ahead of us. We are developing ourselves in the social media, not only as an information agency. The Federal Press is, if you do not know, is represented in almost 24 channels in social media, and in total we have 5.5 million people coverage. So we are ready to work in this field, in the information field, on special projects. We also have special projects on executing national projects on the territory of Russian Federation. Nothing stops us from developing projects along with regions to increase their investment attractiveness, and we are open for cooperation, and we will be happy to build dialogue with all of you. I would like to conclude with the words of Coco Chanel: there won't be second chance to make first impression. And today, Bashkortostan, with new head of the government and administration, so let's make the greatest first impression for it to be most beautiful, investment attractive, both on the territory of our country and in the whole world. Thank you very much.
I cannot also not to give the floor to our representative from India, Nehru Deokaran. You also have the experience on development of such working on the partnership among other ways of mass media in your regions. Good day, dear colleagues. I represent one of the biggest video conglomerate of Asia, and we are now placed on the 3rd place of the Times of India group. We have radio, internet, printed resources, and also several TV channels, and also the business channel Economic Times TV. I would like to start from the biggest question: how we were working with Russia on the promotion of the brand of Russia from 2009 to 2016-17. The promotion of Russia with the same name. Each month We're working with Economic Times on printing the business news on Russia. Talking about the changes after the Soviet Union, ruining the Soviet Union, they have quite another attitude to Russia. Quite a big amount of people, a lot of people still believe that such countries, the countries of CIS, are also included into Russia. When we were preparing to SCO BRICS, we also met with that ministry, and that Bashkortostan was unknown to India. Quite a big amount of people still do not know, and they say that it is unfamiliar to them. They say that for us, being a media people, we should accentuate the brand of Ufa and Bashkortostan. This, talking about the articles, press tours, it's not enough. They will fly away rapidly. But if we will take Google, you could also search there for Ufa or Bashkortostan. What could the person see? Something about investments, talking about Indian businessmen. They could also see that they could work with agriculture or tour business, as you have the opportunities to work in ecological sphere. We have 600 million people who are who are under the poverty rate and middle rate. That's why we have this opportunity to invest. And even here, the reason why they're not coming here is only one, because they do not know about Bashkortostan. I visit Bashkortostan right now 6th or 7th time. I know your potential. I know about your PR services, which really should work on your brand, on supporting of it. Because you know the people, no one think about the way how they reach information. They only should know that what is waiting for them if they come to this or that place. If you would, they should be ready, for example, to buy the ground here, to buy an area, or also to be involved in some kind of business. From this point of view, some of the agencies could promote and create the kind of hashtags, and also remarks about UFA. For example, in Google, you could type this or that kind of phrases, and your country or your part of the country, your republic would appear. Because people should do, sometimes could do it unconsciously. They should know which measures could be provided by the ministry here. That's why I suppose that we should create a manufacturing brand, and we also could provide you with our help, with our assistance. We are now working with Vladimir Sokon. After the last Eastern Forum, he started working with Vladivostok region in India. Now we have 700 of companies which are ready to visit the Far East region. So if your region is also ready, we would like to provide you aid in order to promote it in our country. Of course, we still have Volga region, we also struggle for it, and that's why we hope that our mass media would cooperate and also will promote our region. But they also asked to finish the section at 4:30. Is there any volunteers who would like to say or to add something?
республики по экологическому туризму.
So we would like to say a couple of words about the ecological tourism here. Dear colleagues, yes, I am a lawyer and ecologist, and I have been doing ecological journalism. I have suggestions and requests. So indexes of ecological quoting in the mass media in the Russian Federation has grown rapidly. It is very good, and we have a tendency that we have been talking about good about in the ecology, but we are not talking about the ecological problems. So we either do not speak of them or we are speaking on them on the same level. Let's not just write about ecological problems. So if we are not writing about them, nothing is going to happen. So you can see that we have ecological refugees all over the world. Let's draw the attention of our countries to these problems. And the second question, so there is a sphere of ecological entrepreneurship. This is the instrument of providing ecological safety of the communities. So take a look at your markets of ecological works and services. In your services, you have to highlight the experience, and you will draw investments to those spheres. About 15 years ago, UFA has been accepting press tour of ecological journalists in Russia, so it was very successful. We had 4 big groups to the regions of Bashkortostan, to the secured territories, and I think that it's a good experience that we could repeat as well. So, and we could involve people who are working with this field in the CO and BRICS countries. This is going to draw and attract investments into ecological business, into tourism business, and also it's going to draw attention to the economy of our republic and going to make the ecological climate a little bit more vivid. Thank you. Unfortunately, interpreters do not hear the question because the speaker doesn't speak into the microphone. Thank you very much. We are going to consider your opinion. We are finishing our roundtable right now. We wanted to sign some resolution here, but as soon as we have some ideas, so as soon as we have our agreements on paper, it's much more interesting. So we decided to make it a verbal agreement, so to say. So, okay, we're not going to share our personal phone numbers, but we are going to share our information with everybody who is interested in this whole problem, so in the participants of roundtable. So, and we have to work very thoroughly on growing up on raising the rating of Russian Federation and Bashkortostan in the world. This is our task in the end, and we're not talking about raising the rating of only one region, but we have to raise the rating of all the countries. So thank you very much for having time for visiting our roundtable. We're going to work closely with each other. If you have any questions, we can stay here and speak individually to you all, to ask questions to each other, to discuss things. Thank you very much.
Уважаемые друзья,
Dear friends, I believe that it's time for us to begin our work. So everybody has their work and their events. I'm really glad to greet you and welcome you to Bashkortostan, to Russia. Thank you very much for expressing your interest in this theme, and thank you for being here. Tourism is a field which attracts the attention of many politicians and leaders of many countries. This is one of the most profitable fields of the world economy. Today it takes the third place after chemical and extraction industry. So this is the only field which has been showing sustainable growth and development for the last 5 years. Today, about 7% of overall amount of investment is our field, about 10% of the world expenses, and one-third of the world services. So that is why countries all over the world are fighting for tourism, to develop tourism in their countries, and for the flow of tourists to increase. I am glad to introduce to you Evgeny Kuteryu, head of the Department of the Security of the Tourism, who is going to tell us about Russian tourism. This is the federal agency, Rostourism, which develops tourism in our country. Unfortunately, Evgeny is going to leave pretty soon. That is why we are going to have his small speech about it. So what measures of support do we have for the touristic operators who are going to be developing the tourism in Russia, and what fields of support do we have for the investors who are going to come to the Russian Federation? Dear colleagues, dear friends, on behalf of the head of the Federal Agency on Tourism, Valeria Degudova, I'm really glad to welcome you here, and I'm hoping that within our, so to say, small conversation, we'll have a chance to know more about each other. We'll find some points of understanding, and our international colleagues and partners are going to find some things and features which are going to strengthen our cooperation and to ease the travels and traveling between our countries. I would like to speak about the measures of the governmental support in the field of investment. We have the target program of the Russian Federation to develop tourism. It's going to be integrated in the Ministry of the program of Ministry of Economic Development, because starting from this year, the ministry is actually subject to Ministry of Economic Development of Russian Federation, which also is an entity of the legislative initiative. It's working hard and very closely with the Ministry of Economic Development, and we are forming the new program until 2024. This means that the regions which are interested in attracting investments and those foreign companies which are going to invest into the region of Russian Federation. Let's have such an example as any region of Russia. Government is ready to finance it and to finance the engineering and supportive infrastructure. So it's a water supply, it's heating supply, it's deepening gas supply, and it's the comfortable conditions and so on. So if investors are going to be building hotels, entertainment complexes, and tourist venues, and all the interesting places which are going to be attracting the tourists, then the government, through the Ministry of Economic Development, is going to support them through the documentation which is set by the legislation. They are going to finance the construction of engineering networks for these places and these venues, because there are places in our country which are very attractive and beautiful, but if the investor is going to be building engineering networks to construct roads, gas, or any other energetic networks, then the return of investment is going to be pretty long, on the long terms, because if we're talking about making those such investment projects, so to say, tastier, we have lots of mechanisms for that. And starting from 2010, such a program was, the first stage of this program is finished. Nothing negative is about this program. So more than 30 regions are already participating in this program, and we are ready to help the regions of Russian Federation, which are going to be attractive for the investors, including the foreign investors. We are ready to support you in this field. Speaking about travels, we are eager to have foreign travelers in our country. We have the decree of our President of May, who has said that there is a governmental project called Export of Services, and within this project, Rostourism is going to gain instruments for supporting the foreign travelers. This decree number 534 is dividing three groups of Russian regions. These are Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar region, and there is the second group, about 8 regions. We have foreign tourists there, but they are not so many. And the third group is all the rest regions of the Russian Federation, and we have 85 of those. And of course, the most amount of funds are going to be sent to the third group, because the government of Russian Federation is interested in attracting foreign and international tourists into all the regions. Because we're talking about service, we are attracting international tourists. Region touristic operator needs to make it beautiful, to put it into a good package, so to say. And for international tourists, it is very important to have some adaptation period. They need to have signs in their language, in the international languages. So these have to be brochures in other languages and so on. So all the regions which want to attract the tourists, they do that. And we're talking about governance, we're talking about whole ministries who are working on this. They are calling each other Rostourism, and they're saying we are ready to work with them, and we are supporting them. So within this decree, every tourist who arrives in the country can give the touristic sphere about quite a lot in dollars and euro. So, and Russian tourism operators can work with tourism operators in other countries. And there are representatives, there are companies, for example, CIS countries. And we are ready to support those who are eager to work with us. So the government of Russian Federation and federal bodies of touristic organizations are ready to support all the tourism. And I would like to express my gratitude for finding time to come here to talk to us and to participate in this forum. Thank you very much for your attention. So as you are leaving, let us ask the questions right away. If you have some questions, please do that. Any questions?
So, Evgeny, as you see, the information is such fresh and also new. We all should overcome it and also think it over in order to find the ways how to provide our country with that tourists from other countries, and also how to do the support of the sphere.
Представьтесь, пожалуйста.
Please introduce yourself. Here is the microphone. Thank you. You are talking about the increasing of amount of foreign tourists. Is it quite actual question, actual issue to speak about Russian tourists here in Russia? We have also got the item 2006 about the tour operators from other regions. For example, if you would bring the people from Tatarstan or Uzbekistan to this region, you'll also get this payment. For those governors who would like to have the measures of governmental support for the flow to their region, they should apply for it. We're open, but nowadays we not only we are working with it, also the Ministry of Economic Sphere of Russian Federation are working simultaneously on this question. Could I also add, if I'm interested in development of the new way of tourism, which is not quite obvious, not quite common for our country, but is a simple one for USA, could I also discuss this question with you? Of course we can. We have here in Russian Federation four types of tourism, external, internal, and others. Firstly, you should understand if you are working with internal, external excursion activities, or maybe the moving to other countries. If it's something quite new, I am presenting myself as personally, just because I'm not involved into any other forums. I would like to present traveling on wheels, but it is the kind of auto tourism, car tourism. No, it's quite a bit different. Of course, we also work with tourism on wheels, or car tourism, but nowadays we could say that this sphere is not quite profitable right now. And also, for example, if we're talking about sets of cars, the big mod cortege of cars, you could learn only negative aspects of it, just because there is a big amount of trash, there is no accommodation from them needed, and also quite dirty places for station. We are interested in showing the best variants of tourism here, and also to support even this target, even this new way in our country, in order to make the right image of our country. Thank you, Evgeny. I also have one short question, just because you see what we are retracted a bit from our main. I'm the representative on behalf of the Guildia of Tourism of Bashkortostan. The law is quite suffering, and now it is sent to the Ministry of Economical Development. There are several points. For example, that time, then it was kind of called it. It was a bit sharp project of the law, just because the main negative and aspects, many negative information is found by the people who previously worked in this sphere. We also tried to catch them, we also tried to do the penalties for them, but they said that you would do nothing to us, just because it's just a presentation of the fact that we see. So if any physical person who would like to be involved into this sphere, they should realize the fact that mostly people from Soviet Union, that tour guides, the people who would really show you the history and culture of your country, it's mostly about the people who were working since Soviet Union. Still, we understand that nowadays all the excursions should provide this good and positive atmosphere and show all the good points, and all the people who are involved in this year, they should be professionals. Thank you once again, Evgeny. I would like to turn back to the place where we started everything, Ufa as a place where we have the meetings of such global communities as SEO and BRICS. We would like to talk about the ability of integrational tourism. I would like to turn back to that slide which was on the screen, as it is one of the best. We are talking about tourism as one of the multiplicator of development of the country. Please show the picture once again. And we are talking about the 53 fields are also developed with tourism, but the international integration and enterprises inside the structure is also quite big. Nowadays, in the frames of such organizations as SEO and BRICS, we should intensify our ability to construct big conglomerates and also develop big unions. It could be, for example, tour operator business, international integrity companion, for example, such giants as Onitour, and also it could be restaurant sphere, the international net chain of restaurant, or for example hotel business. We have a lot of such hotels as Holiday Inn, Angkor, and so on, which has the chain which is worldwide. And also the aircrafts, Starlines, any variants of transfer, for example, international table organization, all that big partners, programs of cooperation, of course, they develop the integration here. And of course, we're talking about interfield integrations, for example, such structures as Modeus, which helps to book the ticket on any other aircrafts, far from it, or for such tour operators who are working with hotel sphere and others. And more, though this question of integration is now quite crucial, just because we should work on the integrity of our country. I would like to present Potapenko Vladimir, the Deputy Minister of Shanghai Organization on Cooperation. Which integrity processes could be held in tourism, and how could they unite the countries?
So we have heard some digits and numbers, and I would like to announce another one. So in 2018, in the field of tourism, we had $3 trillion. So yeah, just recently we had this accounting, and there was 23rd General Assembly of UN in St. Petersburg, and it showed the modern development of tourist industry, which showed weak points and some advantages of our tourism. But right now, SEO is very interested in tourism, and everybody is interested in tourism. So we have the documents which are general and which are also could be described as a strategy. So, and we're talking about the mutual touristic flows, and we have accepted a program on developing the tourism of SEO countries and the plan of actions. And right now we have the suggestions from Indian country to create a roadmap, because we have to solve this matter. We have lots of projects here which have to be united, and each project is aiming at doing something good. So we have this one way and so on, and we have this Great Silk Road. Silk Way. So it's from the point of integration, it's a giant project. So it is interesting to government members of SCO, but it's not interested for USA, for example. And it's going to be great because we can adapt the whole economy under this project, the whole integration. Can you understand it? There is this great sea way, so to say. It was suggested by Russian Federation, and it would involve the main cities, and the whole idea was like this. So we could support smaller cities to this project, and so usually these were the Russian cities. We could also take up work with China, with Mongolia. So and right now we're talking about SEO. So and we are initiating publishing of a book, 100 Roads on the Silk Way. It's a very interesting project as I see it, because we will have a great opportunity to gather information about all the cities. We have initiators, we have organizers, and we have those who are going to be working in this project, and we need to understand what these cities are. What cities can be involved in those, in all of it. So we are waiting for a suggestion from governments. What should be included into this whole book? That is interesting. And also we have another very interesting project from the Russian Federation. It's an integrational one, and it sounds very good. It's called, so it's connected with Hadjana Sredin. It's a very important person who unites almost all the Central Asia and Middle Asia and so on. So and we had, every country has had a person of its own, which was just like him. It's the history of caravan, but I'm not talking about the caravan of the cars. This is a caravan which is going to connect tourism. So just like 500 years ago, so people who used camels to walk through the deserts and so on, and everything has to be connected very closely between each other, and then everything is going to work out very fine. I totally agree with you. The more materials we have about such inter-regional and intergovernmental routes, the better it is for everybody. Because despite the fact that great efforts have been made in the promotion, the more information we have, the better it is. But I would like to speak to our colleagues from our different regions and our different government. So please work with the tour operators. So, because you are not the people who are going to be selling these tours. If people from tour operators are not going to be able to earn money from this, then it won't make any sense. That is why people from tour operators in our countries have to have a chance to gain money from this. Yes, I wanted to say that we need some practical platform. When we have something appearing, we need practical platforms. So we're talking about the tourism support, and we are talking about the business organizations. Everybody has to work there. So, and of course, translation is also a problem. So I want to show you a small video. We have the video on 8 wonders of the world. So could you please switch on the sound as well? Is there any sound, please?
бы еще на один момент обратить внимание. Дело в том, что каждая из присутствующих стран и даже регионов хочет...
I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we need to work with several regions, and some of them might say, why would we need to participate in it? And we need to create these mutually beneficial travel. We need to think about the budgets, about the governmental bodies. Maybe we could adopt some benefits. So, for example, 1,000 tourists from Kazakhstan should come here, and 1,000 tourists from there should go there to Kazakhstan, and so on. So every country has some unique things, starting from cuisine and ending with the sightseeing places. And of course, we need to think about transport, because transport is usually the most expensive thing. And sometimes it holds the development of tourism. We need to work with ministries of transport of the government. We have the experience of Committee of Delovaya Russia, and I would like to speak about it. So these are the roads. So Organization of Chernomorsk Economical Cooperation. And there was this grant, and Romania, Bulgaria, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and other countries have been participating there. Of course, there are problems with political consideration, but tour operators created these wine roads of Chernomorsk region. So they created the route, they created programs, and right now they are preparing the website. And this is the support of the ministries of all these countries in order to create such a great project. If today we will have the resolution of today's roundtable, and we will be able to involve ministries of tourism of SEO and BRICS countries to create such routes within these organizations, I believe that it's going to be a great starting point. Well, as for Russian presidency, we have the heads of the administration, so who are responsible for it, and Russian Federation should do this. Let's input this into the agenda. Yes, I believe that business is going to support such themes. Is going to be uniting for us. It's a very complex matter, because tourism is distributed between 6 different departments. So it is the sports, the social, and it is the international tourism, and the children's international tourism, or sports international tourism, and Rostourism is responsible for working with tour operators. So if we're talking about the meeting, then of course we are going to have all of these departments, all of these bodies to gather up together. Yes, we have everything. We have Ministry of Education, we have the Ministry of Youth, and we have the Ministry of Healthcare, and we need to unite our forces and work together. I believe that there are different topics which could unite business within the tourism, and we have the field specifics, and I would like to introduce Polonik and Margarita, who is going to be talking about cuisine tourism, food tourism. So, and within SEO and BRICS countries is going to be very interesting, because it is going to unify different countries.
I would like to present myself. I'm Margarita Polonik. I mostly prepare quite big presentations, and also to involve quite a big amount of numbers which present the development of the structure. But as for today, I decided not to show you good slides and photographs. I would like to talk about the practice, just because I see that we have quite a big experience. That's why we have several structures. We have the tour operator Travel Hunter from the year 2011, which started working with gastronomic tourism. From the beginning, he was the first. We also have the agency, Travel Gourmet by Novikov, which is also the privacy of Arkady Novikov. We also have the association, which is dedicated to make this sphere professional, and also to involve more people to work in this sphere. And such integration led to the fact that we become the participant of UNTO, and also we are oriented on the new practices which are used in the world in order to develop this sphere in different countries and regions. Of course, we also have have some drawbacks, for example, seasoning. We also could see how people are not turning back, and also the tendency to build your own tour by yourself. And of course, in this case, gastronomic tourism is economically beneficial right now because there is no seasoning at all right now. Because even here in Italy, people try to visit Italy and to see the excursions only in summer and in winter to go skiing. You would never see the person who will come to watch the sightseeing in winter. But as for gastronomic tourism, it would draw the attention of other people the whole year. We also have a special case for quite a long period of time. We're working with attraction tourism. First of all, I was thinking that no one is interested in it and we had no support. That's why we decided to do it by our powers. Now we have the case of Azerbaijan. We started it in 2014. And in this country, there was no understanding what is it, the gastronomic tourism, what should be included into it, which details should they work on in order to make it profitable. Nowadays, we are investing the items which are not in Baku, but in the suburbs of it, because the gastronomic tourism could also provide the development of the economy of the country, just because all the people are not visiting the place in order to be fascinated, but if they are really wondering about this or that place, it would be a kind of magnet to turn back and also to visit it once again. And that's why they also invest small businesses and small families who are living not on the kind of business they have, but the fact that they produce wine, cheese, and other products from generation to generation. That's why Azerbaijan, for me, become a new case, and it could be also replaced to other countries. Even when we, several years ago, met this problem that no one could understand this, right now, there is a great support each year. At least minimum 50-60 people leave the country to visit Azerbaijan in order to try the cuisine. For the last 3 years, the company which is involved into business, we mostly work with it, and I'm not truly believe into people who are talking about social aid. Mostly it's all about the money, first of all. As Sergey said, we are packing and then selling. We know how to create the right route, how to make it more interesting, how to promote it for the tourists, and also how to sell it. Of course, there are a lot of milestones, and I would like to share this information for everyone who is interested in it. The problem is that in gastronomy tourism, there are no professionals who would be ready to start working right from the next day, for example. That's why having the experience of 8 years working and operating with several structures, I made a special course. It's my author course. It could be used in a higher educational institution, in the sphere of hospitality business. We also presented this project for UMO, the structure which confirms and operates with the programs of universities. We started testing this program. We have 34 hours in Russian University of the Friendship of Nations. There are a lot of operations who were working around the city in order to find out where they could produce some goods. Even if we're talking about the Moscow, which has no such kind of special tradition and culture, and they created such projects as Moscow from the view of coffee, Moscow from the view of desserts. And they also could see how the grains, the cocoa beans and coffee beans turn from green into the black one or brown one, and how they prepare the coffee. They have done a lot for this year. Maybe any questions? I could also say that I meet Margarita in a lot, quite a big amount of events. Of course, this case of gastronomic tourism right from the beginning of it, when people come in order to learn how to work with it, how to cope with it, we could say that it is quite hard work, and it's always finished by Margarita. Even if she tries to find and tries to develop such kind of product or route which would connect these countries of SCO on the framework of SCO, and she would find out how to unify all these countries, it would be a perfect solution. As I see, first of all, entering this or that country and entering tourism is a part of the economy. That's why I suppose that we should create an exchange by our tourism and our countries. For example, of course, I have the program on Uzbekistan. We also have Europe, the countries of CSI, and all other ways, all other paths. And after several years, my tour operators and partners say to me that they would like to see a new product of me here in Russia. They are ready to advertise it and also to promote it. They're quite simple, and they understand that I work with it. I don't know why I'm talking about Azerbaijan all the time. Maybe because it was quite an understanding partner with me, because they invited me, and when I came there, they decided to speak with me, and I was working by feet around it. And now he says that as he is working on my standards, on my variant of work, he is quite satisfied of it. Even if the gastronomic tourism is quite special and it's not quite important to choose the place of living, most of people prefer to live in boutique hotels. We should provide them with quality of food. There should be no sense and smell of cheap tourism. For example, when they try to show me the manufacturing, I say no, just because nothing is so special as the culture and history. We have wars, we have other cases, but we still should have people who could preserve the culture and also history. So this kind of work, I also would like to share my experience. What should you do in order to start working with this project and to develop it? We could also realize it through my company, as we have the companies on promotion, and also our Russian tourists move to other countries, and you could create by yourself or by us some cases, your own cases, or we will do it together. We will also share the projects and share the tourists. I do believe that this variant of partnership would be beneficial, and it would be about money. It would be profitable. So thank you. We're all quite fascinated. It would be interesting for all our colleagues from other countries also. I do think that you'll have an opportunity to ask questions to each other. Now I would like also to present another project. It is called Amber Road. It mostly connects us, it unites us. So Kirill Donets would also present us what this project is about and how it could support the development of tourism and integration process. So they would like to have the presentation.
Нет, мне кажется, что это
No,
презентация
we see
следующая.
that it
Да.
is the presentation of the next speaker. Okay, I would start right without presentation right now. So it is the Amber Road presentation.
Фамилия Беляков-Донец, по идее, файл так, собственно, и называется.
So we're still trying to look for the file,
Вчера отправляли.
and yesterday we sent it. Oh, there we go. We have it on the screen. That's wonderful.
Собственно, сам проект задумался
Well, the
изначально
project was conceived on the basis of the most important matters of tourism in Russia, so it's the segment of Chinese tourists. And the main ideological basis of the touristic platforms is the products of the Amber products in Russian Federation, which sometimes cannot be really genuine products. So the idea was to create This was the suggestion of President of Russian Federation, and it was the answer to the Chinese strategy of one way, and to create the chance for Russian companies to react for the motion that has been set by the Chinese colleagues, which is not that demanded right now by the Chinese partners, which is actually should be demanded by them. So we're talking about the entrepreneurs of the amber processing field, and unfortunately, this project is only the initiative of entrepreneurs. However, we are working with Rostourism here, so we didn't get any answers, but we are still hoping that one of these days we will have a chance to have this project at least being developed. Well, hope never dies. So the aim and the goal of the project was to expand the internal tourism and tourism as it is. So the Amber Way was a chance for the Russian companies to participate on the international market, and because right now it's partially legal or maybe illegal service, and all the income is being sent to people who are working there, and they go to China, actually, who are creating those partially illegal businesses sometimes. And also, we have been working with our colleagues from Kaliningrad region, and it was all aiming at developing the production field, which is one of the youngest fields in Russia, as it is, and it has a great demand of the Chinese tourists for amber products. The demand for these items is really high, and it could be overlaid as a construction set, and it could create a stimuli to develop these touristic products abroad. And the Amber Way, as it is a classical one, is not a route. It's more ideological field, so it's the atmosphere, ideology, creation of competitive markets and transparent and equal rights for all the entrepreneurs. And the marketing concept of the Amber Way was presupposing that it's going to unify support of the existing projects in Russia, so it's the Golden Ring and other international ones, so like Great Silk Way and other projects like this. So the task and the goal is to create to diversify the touristic routes, because usually it's Moscow and St. Petersburg only, and people are worried that there are too many tourists in these cities, and that is why we need to diversify it and to distribute among other cities. And by means of marketing, promotion, and development of other regions and other tourism projects, we want to support other touristic roads and routes, to give chance to other regions and to other tourists to see something new. For example, if we're talking about tourism with China, so it's usually the impressions, which is very interesting. So they want to be everything to be exclusive, and by means of talking of museums and natural resorts and reservations, we will give a stimulus to internal tourism, which is going to be developing and growing and developing the Amber Way, and also which is going to give a stimulus to development of tourism in Russia Federation as international tourism field. We also wanted to give chance to Russian artists, sculptors, and people who have been working in the traditional techniques, to tell the world about them, to show the world the art which is right now being developing in Russia. So the advantage of this project is support of SEO in BRICS countries in the field of finding out about Russia. So it has been supported by Kazakhstan. But of course, we would like to work with entrepreneurs a little bit more, and it's going to help the local touristic destinations to be seen by the world tourists. Because main touristic venues are not that popular all over the world, and they don't get the attention they deserve. As it has been already said, the project is mostly developing the Russian touristic industry, but in the future it's going to support, to help to develop the image of touristic tourism, so as history, culture, and cultural code which we have in our nation. So by showing the history and culture of historic periods which are not demanded right now by our Russian tourists. And it's going to create a new cluster of touristic products. Tourists from Europe and all over the world, so we are seen as descendants of Eurasia, and mostly people do not know about us anything else. So, and we need to develop that as well. So, in February we had a scientific forum. This event gathered representatives of more than 100 touristic enterprises, and we have created a memorandum and a plan of development of this project for the future. And right now we have already done a lot of work to show this product to the representatives of the industry and the business of Novgorod, Pskov, Penza, Tver, and Moscow, Kaliningrad, St. Petersburg, Moscow regions, and Karelia. So, and we see a great interest, but without any support from the government, which we do not have so far, unfortunately, and so far they have been ignoring the initiative of the entrepreneurs, and we hope that the strengthening of this bond between the government and the entrepreneurs is going to develop the image of our country. Because today, thanks to Rostourism, to Mr. Safonov, we are being a little bit discredited in the field of Chinese tourism. We have problems with guides, illegal guides, with so-called the amber products, which is actually plastic from China. So, and there are people who are interested in it, and image of Russia is a little bit different in the eyes of China, and we are going to hope that the new team is going to do this, and maybe we'll be able to rehabilitate our industry and to support it in the future. Last year, in Kazakhstan, in the city of Nur-Sultan, we had this Amber Bridge, the project which was supported by Kazakhstan. It was initiated by Chinese party, and Kaliningrad's region is still cannot support us in this. Yes, these are the integration processes, but unfortunately these are the processes which are going past us, and they are not involving us. Okay, we can see that all the countries are really interested, and they are really understanding that it's a necessity to create productive activity. And as the mass media is spreading the idea that actually the problems of our tourism is actually being created by the tourists, by the tourism organizations. But we have to understand that some of the problems are being ignored by the government organization. We're talking about China, we're talking about Korea, so we have lots of misunderstandings. And we have negative experience here, and it is being projected on other countries as well. And we really hope that tourism is going to be heard, and the initiatives and the ideas and the novelties are going to be adopted by Rostourism, and they're going to initiate and instigate the cooperation of tour operators. Yes, this project which you have been talking about, I think it is a great project, and this is a project which is going to unify different countries. And the whole movement has to be supported, and we, the Committee of Delovaya Russia, we are supporting you, because these processes, these united processes are going to unify business and each other, and tour operators, and maybe hotels, and production of amber, and its business and sales. And I think that this project has to exist, and we need more of such projects. Thank you very much. Yes, let's hear our colleagues. And I would like to say that St. Petersburg and northwestern part of SCO has been supporting us, and without their help, we won't be able to get this success in China. Yes, we are really active, so we're going to support you, and if you need some support from us, yes, we will definitely do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, that's a great idea. That's a great project. Thank you very much. And I want to say one more thing. We have a great delegation from different countries, and we also have the representatives of South Africa here. And I would like to give floor to Carol Bolshov. And what do you see in the field of creating mutual and joint programs, and how do you see cooperation of business within the framework of development of tourism?
Thank you very much for the privilege of
participating.
I speak from South Africa, which is obviously very far removed from the Silk Route. In fact, if it was not for a dysfunctional Silk Route around about 300 years ago, South Africa's development on the maritime route might have looked very much differently. I am referring to, or pointing to, questions regarding especially community development, as tourism and small and medium enterprises are closely related. People tend to think about tourism as a lot of smiles and happiness on the one hand and money on the other, which is not too far off, but it's a little bit thin. If one goes one layer deeper, it's obvious that tourism is built on difference and diversity of natural resources, of cultural heritage, of economic functioning, on difference and diversity, as well as on knowledge and contact between the differences. And to go a bit further, the difference that lies at the bottom of it needs to be met with recognition and respect on the one hand, and with integrity and specificity on the other. Because otherwise, if everything was gray, it wouldn't make sense to take the trouble and go anywhere. Now, this is exactly where small and medium business fits in. Integrity and specificity cannot be mass-produced. It cannot be consumed en masse. That is why smaller family-based local ventures offer the best value for money propositions in tourism. The authentic experience of otherness that is what the true tourist is after. And saying this, it's obvious that there's a risk of the tourism industry. It comes with the concept of the host bending over so far towards the visitor that the local specificity gets lost. For example, a local community, the local community where I come from, asks itself to what extent it should open shops on Sundays for the tourists' sake. Not doing it means losing business. Doing it may end up losing exactly that specificity that leads to the tourism in the first place. So it's obvious that there's a well-defined approach to tourism that cannot but result in a kind of double bottom line regarding culture, as it is by now well understood regarding industry and the indirect cost in environmental damage that was previously often ignored. So to sum up from where I stand and the community development perspective, sustainable tourism is about more than making money. It's also about sustaining the natural and cultural variety and diversity that feeds it in the first place. It's about cheering a genuine human existence. And by saying that, I've left out of view the questions of macro structure and politics, of travel arrangements, and those details which seems to me quite sorted within the present discussion and the region we are in today. Thank you.
So thank you a lot. I'm also in with you that tourism, as you know, when everyone is talking about the war, if the war starts or the war ends, the tourists will come. It could be a rebirth of the new manufacturing, and people should learn how to speak with each other. We also know that we have the problem between the Armenia and Azerbaijan, but still tour operators, they know how to communicate with each other. And this small and medium-sized business are both the basis for this business and also for the communication of different countries. We also have the representative from the touristic company, Misonto Nalovo, from South Africa. Maybe I mispronounce your surname. How do you see the exchange and simultaneous work? How do you see the integration in the frame of our big country unities?
Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо и
First, let me wish you all a happy World Tourism Day for tomorrow, because we have a World Tourism Day, so happy World Tourism Day to everybody. I come from a province called Limpopo in South Africa, and I appreciate the conversation because some of our challenges is that we are not collaborating at the local level. When we're collaborating on this program and trying to foster the integration, it's not filtering to the level of the communities. We have a very rich cultural destination. I also appreciate the presentation on the gastronomic tourism, but I think that we need to be sharing a lot together as at least the BRICS countries and the SCO regions, so that we can also learn from each other. We also come from a situation where in South Africa, there's a lot of challenges in terms of jobs, in terms of the youth, and we need to be doing more in getting the youth and encouraging this gastronomic tourism in order to create jobs. I really like the point from Margarita about the universities that are getting involved in creating this course and training to really foster this gastronomic tourism, because it's an area that we have not really worked on, at least where we come from. I'm talking about a rural tourism destination called Limpopo. So we would like to, coming out of this meeting, exchange notes, exchange business cards, and be able to find initiatives that are practical at a very, very local level. I also know that a lot of our regions have festivals, we have international meetings that we can use to better integrate in this space. So for me, I really would like us to do a little bit more in that area. I think that maybe we need to have a structured approach in terms of these exchanges and not make it casual and informal. There should be a very structured approach so that we know how to best collaborate. Where is the information that Margarita, for example, is talking about? Where do I get it if I want to share it in my region? And as well as information about these Ember projects. Where is the place, the platform where we can all collaborate so that we can help the smaller regions as well? I thank you. Спасибо.
Yes, I would like to say the following. So thank you very much for your speech. I would like to say on my behalf that I am one of the founders of the companies which is working on the business tourism. And we are doing a lot of business missions into different countries. And sometimes we have situations when I do not have enough partners from the other side where for example, if I have a business mission into one country, we need somebody to exchange information, and we need some community, and where other companies are working in the business tourism, for example, in South Africa or Italy or China, could join us, and they would have their partners, and we would be doing these great collaborations within which our business would be profiting, and it would grow even bigger. And I agree with you that creation of this structurized entity within, well, let's say, Committee on Tourism, or maybe some association of tour operators or associations on the tourism within these global organizations as SEO and BRICS, then it would be something, a good way to develop this matter. I think we should address the Ministry of Tourism in order for us to understand how they can help us and what organization it should be, because it's exchange of knowledge and promotion, which is very important. Thank you very much. Yes, I will speak just a couple of words. So I just want to suggest this. So it's the working practice of UNWTO. And we have been working a lot on the Silk Way, and they already have the work group from different countries. They have different experts from the point of view of gastronomic tourism. And I suggest that we simply work with our integration opportunities and to create the work group, which would include representatives of different countries. So, and if we're not creating the work group, then we need to exchange the experience. I would like to say that here in the world we have 5 institutions which are working in the field of gastronomic tourism. They are studying it from creating the specialty of the gastronomic brand down to integration of some products and packaging it. So here in Russia we have created the 6th institute in the world where we have 14 universities, and I would like to share this information with every one of you who is interested in it.
Я надеюсь, что резолюция этого круглого стола будет иметь какое-то практическое значение, и мне очень нравится, что такой диалог. У нас сегодня присутствует Дарья Ковалевская, и замечательная история про экономику впечатлений, как драйвер развития туризма в регионах. Вот расскажите нам, что такое экономика впечатлений?
Будьте добры, презентацию тоже вывести под названием. Да, спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые участники форума. рада вас всех приветствовать. Как правило, я, поскольку представитель гостиничной отрасли и сферы туризма, да, поскольку являюсь как предприниматель владельцем сети отелей и апартаментов, и являюсь председателем комитета по туризму Санкт-Петербургского отделения по России, то есть это моя общественная деятельность, чаще всего выступаю на темы либо инвестирования, да, в гостиничную сферу, либо темы, связанные с проблемами туристической отрасли. Но сегодня для этого круглого стола я подготовила особенную тему, потому что экономика впечатления – это то, что является трендом сегодняшнего дня, и она интегрируема абсолютно в любую бизнес-модель. И почему именно в туризме это особо важно, поскольку мы на сегодняшний день портрет туриста, он действительно меняется. Потребности людей, они меняются и изменяются. И если раньше наши страны инвестировали в захват территорий, создание замков, крепостей, стен, да, Великая Китайская стена, наши крепостные стены в городах России, то сейчас мы инвестируем в создание мостов. И это мосты, прежде всего, доверия, мосты взаимоотношений, интеграции, и этот форум, который сейчас в том числе является примером таких мостов.
We still could see here just because it's the example of such kind of bridge. The tourism is mostly built on this kind of bridges we have. So economy of excitement is the fourth economic offer, which is extremely different from the presentation of goods. The first thing why all the guests recommend other hotels, regions, or towns, the main aspect are emotions, which they take, which they had there, and they took them back to their homes. And that's why, for me, it was quite a heritage to listen to Margarita, because the presentation, the case of gastronomy, is the way how people really change their attitude to the touristic sphere. Just because nowadays people are not in looking only the sightseeings and also culture and so on. They would like to find something extraordinary, to see the spiritual places, solemn places, or also try some new cuisine. People are not looking and searching for only comfortable place to live. They also try to find the authentic atmosphere of the place. From the position of the hotel business, hotel sphere, because as in this sphere, I developed myself as an entrepreneur. Of course, it's a crucial thing. The crucial fact is atmosphere of the place the guest visits. If everything is connected with each other, if we multiply all these aspects one to another, the abilities to develop the region would be higher and higher. As it is the content of the new times, the modern consumer entered this era of fascinating places and emotions. Even we are not noticing the fact that while entering any kind of restaurant, we make the snapshots of the food and find the aesthetics place. Just imagine how the people buy special garments, special dresses, and they enter your hotel, they make good photographs there, get new snapshots, and show or broadcast it somewhere in the social nets. People see it, and that's the best advertisement. It's not enough just to have the beautiful dish, aesthetic ones, but it's also about the service of this or that country, the way how you could work in the interactive sphere. For example, here at our forum, we have a beautiful stand where you could try on the special costumes and also be involved into special epoch. This is the economy of emotions in reality. We also have the strong change in the paradigms nowadays. People try to choose some places and tours and hotels are mostly connected with the emotions people have. We still have some regions where if you would learn about the economy of emotions, it would be quite a new step in development of business. You should not create something new, you should just modernize and add some authentic aspect into it. In reality, even big Western companies or, for example, hotel chains, they understand nowadays, which we're not out of trend right now, because guests prefer right now some kind of boutique hotel, atmosphere hotels, and also they try to find historical places, or sometimes even live with some family, or they would like to learn more about the nation. That would be the main aim. So if the consumer will decide something in connection with their emotions, we should think about the resources which could provide it. Now I'm working with entrepreneurs who are involved into the problem which they would like to solve on the case of promotion in the sphere of tourism, and also the development of such spheres which will provide you the benefit and development of the... For example, we have the interactive theater right now, where the viewer is not just a viewer, but also he or she could enter some role and play. Or some kind of quests right now which are very popular, and at the same time the gastronomic tourism is a fascinating sphere. In the sphere of hotel, to have the standard room is not enough. They would like to see the aesthetics, design, and also the feeling of taking care of them. So the service should be provided by the people as the element, being the element of not only service but also the aesthetics. They should be taught, they should be quite aware of how to work with people. Such hotels have a big amount of people in them all the time, that rooms are sold out just because they give these emotions for people. Nowadays, more than 60% of buyers share their experience in social nets. For example, talking about the statistics, our company side that 83% of our guests in our chain, they share the photographs on our places of our rooms and also restaurants. I could also say it as owner or the chain hotel, which is quite atmosphere. People, here is the example of such kind of hotel. We have so many objects that people would like to work to operate with this kind of objects, and also to take pictures everywhere. And if you place some manual objects, for example, which you could touch, which you could change, they would also be quite profitable, just because it's the way how people get the emotions. You could see some pretty pictures. If every investment program would be presented from the would be overviewed from the position of the economy of emotions, that would be quite another step. So, thank you.
Что экономика впечатлений, я думаю, она впечатлила всех участников, и мы теперь будем по-другому на туризм смотреть. У нас сегодня в гостях первый заместитель губернатора Новгородской области,
Vice Governor of Novgorod region, Minina Veronika. She loves her region, and she can speak about it for hours. And I think that we might be here until late night, and she will have a lot of information. But please, in short, tell us about your region. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Yes, we have signed this agreements in May with the Republic of Bashkortostan, and we are already exchanging delegations, our experience and participation in this forum as well. Dear friends, I understand that we are very tired, and all of us are just reading things on the text messages and Facebook and VK. Let me ask you some questions. Yes, I really do love my region, and today here in the auditorium, I understand that most people are in Russia, from Russia. So, but there are people from different entities and different countries. So, do we have the understanding here? So, who is not from Bashkortostan here? So, except for international guests, of course. Yes, okay. So we have about 5-6 people from other entities of Russia and dear guests from and foreign partners. And I understand that these are usually the colleagues of the business from Republic of Bashkortostan. People today always know what tourism is. Everybody knows how to develop tourism. Everybody is coming to Veliki Novgorod, and everybody is starting to see our fascinating places. I have a small video, and everybody is saying you need to develop tourism. So everybody knows best about it. So I'm really sure that people here in Bashkortostan have been talking about this as well. So, yes, we understand you a lot. So, Rostourism has developed a program which is been described by our colleague, and we have been waiting for it for many months. And we have created so many projects, and we have uploaded them, and we are waiting for financing. And maybe everybody is alike in this field, but really, I'm so offended right now. So, when people are talking about Veliki Novgorod, people are still mixing it up with Nizhny Novgorod, Veliki Novgorod and Nizhny Novgorod. These are two different cities. So, of course, and I'm talking about people from Russia. Come on, you have to know the historic places of Russia if you are living in Russia. I would like to show, in short, what we have to see in the conglomeration of the tourist agencies. So, what has been told by our colleagues from about everything. So, what you said, the economy of impressions, right? Oh, gastronomic tourism, yes, indeed. So, just yesterday I was having dinner in Ufa, and you know, I have been trying the fish, which is actually being caught in Novgorod, and it's a center. It's so this theme of gastronomic tourism should be also peculiar to different regions. So we have great potatoes, for example. We're going to be fighting with everybody for these potatoes for being the best. And right now I would like you to have these 3 minutes and for you to remember things about Novgorod, about our small motherland, and this is Veliki Novgorod. And I would like you to have, please give me the clicker. I'm going to be speaking very short because everybody is tired. Me too, really. And take a look. We have chosen several conceptual decisions how to promote our region. Gosh, so small in the presentation. How do you know? Okay, so this is the beginning of Russian governance and statehood. So all the traditions are coming from Novgorod, and everybody knows about so-called Vecha. So this is the homeland of Russian democracy. So and people are going to be arguing about it, but of course Russia has democracy in here. So and people have been talking about Chinese Silk Way, and so the only city which was trading with Western Europe, it was Veliki Novgorod, and it was the first one who has been selling handicrafts and salt and its riches. So we all remember this. It was the highest level of education. So Russian Pravda and all the grammatical documents have been born here, and we all remember Rurik, one of the ancient kings and tsars of Russia. So, and he united the Russian lands. Alexander Nevsky, Alexander the Wise, Miklucha Maklay, Dostoevsky, and world-known Rachmaninoff, the composer. And he has been living. He used to live in Novgorod, and these are the conceptual things which are not understood right now, and we need to promote them, and we need to live in them, and we need to be proud of them. And our famous, world-famous church is still there. It's still standing. And dear friends, you can come to Novgorod and you can see it, and you can see all those ancient stones. So it's ancient Sofia. We are using these brands, and Veliki Novgorod is the motherland of Russia. So and one of the oldest resorts for the Tsar, and one of the most famous recreational parks in Russia. So how we're located? Everybody knows where Nizhny Novgorod is, and I would like to tell you that we are located between two capitals, St. Petersburg and Moscow, in a very comfortable location. We have airport Pulkovo, which is actually working with us as well, and this is both the advantage and disadvantage, because we are not located on the big way, on this big route. We need to be, people again coming to us through Moscow or St. Petersburg. We are not in the so-called Golden Ring of Russia. And it really makes it difficult to for tourists to come to our city, or people who are coming from St. Petersburg. So, and we for people who are coming to St. Petersburg, we're actually arranging for them to be coming to us. So, and if we're talking about the heritage of the cultural one, so yes, I will talk about M11. So this is a great route between Moscow and St. Petersburg. It's being finished right now. So, and it's going to be very fast. It's not going to take much time to travel to our city from the biggest cities of Russia. So it's totally awesome for us. If we're talking about the cultural heritage, so if you come to Novgorod, so please take a look at our handicrafts, at the craftsmen, and at the icons, and the icon of the defender of Russia. So, and this great monument was created in very long ago. So, and Nazis wanted to bring it out, but we we defended it. So, and we are really proud of our monuments. And so, this is the Emperor's temple. So, and the Emperor's temple has moved to our city, so, and it's registered in the historic books. So yes, we are using history for ourselves. We have created the event tourism, lots of tour events and festivals and handicrafts and everything, immersion into the reconstruction of the ancient times. So you can see I have been wearing the military clothes, and so this is the to commemorate what has been happening during the World War II, so how we have been working with St. Petersburg during the blockade years. And so all of these things are happening right now, and it's attracting a lot of tourists right now. Rurikov city, the place where King Rurik, Tsar Yurik has come. So come there and we will put those wonderful clothes on you. So 37 cities of UNESCO, so, and we have so many historic monuments in Veliki Novgorod where you wouldn't find anything like this. So, and I'm not going to be about great people. So, of course, nature is wonderful. So, Bashkortostan has great, Naryan Mar has great nature. Everywhere we have great nature, really. So, and right in the middle of Russia, we have ecologically clean lakes and places. And, of course, medical tourism, as I told you. So, this is the sanatorium where we have wonderful muds, with medical proportions. And we have lots of resources there and different minerals. And we also have the skiing resorts, not only rafting, but also a great Valdai path. So it's the national park, 59 kilometers, absolutely unique, absolutely awesome. Come there and visit it. You are walking there, you see that you are in the middle of Russia. So, and we see our potential right now, but using the chance that it is an international platform, we don't have enough hotels, we don't have enough modern, as you have said, events and which could leave some memories. And we would be happy to say that right now we need hotel complexes. It's very important for us. And who is our tourists? So it's, of course, it's the families, people from Europe, from Russia. We will be glad to see all the tourists to leave their money in our city, of course. And not only in St. Petersburg and Moscow, but everybody can take a look at the Veliki Novgorod Kremlin, so you can visit our places, to see our places. And unfortunately, we're not visited that much. And we are working with BRICS Bank. We have a complex project, so it's the city of Dostoevsky with which we are talking, and we are attracting resources from there, and we are involving the resources from there. So people have been talking about the community spaces, and the city is also attracting people from to heal themselves. And also Mr. Dostoevsky was writing his novel Idiots there, and it's very important for us as well. So okay, I'm not going to show you the video because everybody is tired, so I will send it to everybody who wants to see it. I'll be glad to see all of you in our city, any investor, any tour operator, any tourist, so we will be happy to work with Bashkortostan as well. Thank you very much.
Два слова буквально предоставлю. Никола Динков, депутат Народного собрания Болгарии. Вот буквально, да, у нас заканчивается время.
Bulgaria.
Я хочу извиниться сначала, если будут какие-нибудь ошибки.
I would like to apologize beforehand if I will have any mistakes. I'm so glad that we received the invitation to take part in this forum, as the theme of tourism is very important for a big amount of countries. And as for Bulgaria, it is important just because the big amount of tourists are from Russia. Russian tourists everywhere, in the sea, on our ski resorts. And when we are talking about tourism, at least 10% of Bulgaria GDP comes from tourism. So this field is crucial for us. Here we heard quite good examples. For instance, the wine tours in the frame of the Black Sea European partnership. There were also quite good examples on the development of gastronomy tourism. I also want to add two more types of tourism which is quite popular and gain its popularity in Bulgaria, and the substantial role plays there small and medium-sized business. First of all, Bulgaria is famous for mineral waters, and Europe takes the second place. There are a lot of complexes, special areas. That's why the tourists from a big amount of countries come here. They could not only relax, but also have the support of their health and to treat themselves. Also, Russians come to Bulgaria in order to become healthier. That's why their government works and also gives a big attention, pays a big attention to this sphere of tourism and the second agricultural one. Today we also talked about the support from government in the sphere of tourism. It's also quite essential, as without this support, it would be difficult to organize everything. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee with this forum, just because the theme is quite interesting. It's the theme which could give you new ideas, and also it would be developed in times, because we open new horizons right now. Thank you. Thank you a lot. I also would give some words for our Italian colleagues which came here in order to present their territory, at least several words in order to sum up all the information on our round table at the end. So, good day. Thanks for everyone. I would like to just to advise everyone to relax. We'll have a short video and at least 2 words about our zone. While the video is preparing, we also would like to give the floor to Igor Skvortsov. He has an interesting project right now. All we today said about that we have no unified platform right now, but where all the operators could collaborate with each other and also to exchange the experience they have, where the territory could provide the information about the fact that would be necessary to present to the investors who would like to build something on this area, or maybe they would like to learn about bonuses, programs and taxation, where we could learn all this information. So colleagues, good day. I would like to set the question in the correct form. The tourism sphere is the main factor of development of the regions in Russia, and also between the countries, participants of SCO BRICS. But we have one serious problem, that if the business of Russia would like to invest the tourism sphere of other countries, there would be quite a big amount of legal problems, and of course the same problems would appear in front of the foreign companies who would like to invest our region's tourism. I suppose that we should work on the electronic form, where we would have all the participants of this, all the spheres of this business, in order to make it easier for all of the participants of that business to get all the organizing aid, legal aid, in order to overcome the boundaries on development of this business, and all the processes would become more effective. Maybe I do believe that we should create a resolution and propose a resolution in order to provide the communication in the sphere of tourist business in order to solve the questions and issues which face the participants of tourism sphere. Of course, that's a good suggestion.
Итак, буквально в двух словах. Это наша великолепная зона для катания, горнолыжный курорт Виалатта. Личный путь. 400 километров подготовленных трасс, но трассовое катание безгранично. Находится недалеко от города Турина, в котором, как вы, наверное, помните, в 2006 году прошла Олимпиада. Хотел бы приглашение, которое сейчас работает, регулировано с Министерством туризма и посетить Сестриер наш во время предстоящего в январе этапа чемпионата мира, чтобы представить состав в Италии, чтобы познакомить наших операторов с вашей республикой. У нас предложение направлено предпринимателям, которые занимаются сейчас и работают в сфере развития горнолыжного туризма в регионах. Дело в том, что наши специалисты консультировали и очень успешно инженеров, техников, спортивных представителей при подготовке Сочинской Олимпиады, при подготовке Олимпиады в Южной Корее, и я абсолютно уверен, что мы могли бы быть полезны и для развития подобного туризма в вашем регионе. Есть еще время?
Да, ну,
да?
Нет, наверное, да. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
Я думаю, что приглашайте нас в рекламные туры российских туроператоров для того, чтобы мы могли приехать посмотреть, как организован бизнес именно на горнолыжном курорте, какие вы возможности предлагаете, для того, чтобы мы могли это всегда очень стимулировать к продажам. Что касается
speaking about today's roundtable, we see that the themes are great, and there are lots of those, and the field is really diverse. We have so many fields which are participating in the forming of the tourism project. So this is the Ministry of Agriculture and its transport, and it's the food products and industry. So and tourism is and going to be the driver of development for all the negotiations and cooperation between the countries, and also it helps to save cultural balance and the cultural integrity of each country, though we have this great globalization all over the world. And I believe that this field is going to be eternal, and it's going to grow even faster. And small and medium-sized business are going to support this, and they're going to be the founding stone of the development of all of this. Everything will be recorded, thank you very much, and all the decision which has been made today, I hope is going to be heard by the leaders of the countries and the governmental officials. Thank you and good luck.
Сделать общую фотографию, да,
Oh yes, let's make a picture all together.